Iran is begging for mercy. Iranian intelligence officers have reached out to the CIA asking to discuss terms for ending the conflict. American response? Too late. And the man who ordered the assassination attempt on Trump, well, he's dead too. Now, I'm sure you guys have heard that the intensity was going to increase after day 2. Well, last night it did. Just take a listen. That's the sound of IRGC targets getting hit in Tehran, recorded by Iranian citizens just hours before I'm recording this video. One commentator called it literal hell for the Iranian military. Then we also have General Dan Kane explaining the scale of the operation that started just 4 days ago. This has been one of the most intense military operations in modern history, and the stats are just about first 24 hours. Take a listen.
Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003, minus Paul Bremer and the nation building. The campaign has 7 times the intensity of Israel's previous operations against Iran during the 12-day war, 7 times. And as President Trump said, more and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today. And now, with complete control of the skies, we will be using 500-pound, 1,000-pound, and 2,000-pound GPS and laser-guided precision gravity bombs, of which we have a nearly unlimited stockpile. We used more exquisite standoff munitions at the start, but no longer need to. Our stockpiles of those, as well as Patriots, remains extremely strong. The enemy can no longer shoot the volume of missiles they once did, not even close, and the chairman will lay out some of those percentages. So our air defenses and that of our allies have plenty of runway. We can sustain this fight easily for as long as we need to. And as I said yesterday, we set the terms.
We're now on day 5. Over 2,000 targets have been hit inside Iran just by US military alone. But here's what's really breaking Iran. They are running out of missile launchers. Look at these numbers. On day 1, Iran launched 350 missiles. On day 5, it was down to only 40. On day 1, they launched nearly 300 drones. On day 5, it was down to 45. Iran's entire strategy is to increase the cost on the US and its ally until they agree to a ceasefire. But you can't really do that if you can't launch missiles. I'm guessing Iran was getting its advice from Twitter, because Iran's math was pretty simple. Iran wanted more missiles than there are interceptors in the region, and then the Iranian leadership believed that, hey, they'll come out ahead since they got more missiles. But this is where they forgot that the US and Israel have focused on destroying launchers, not just missiles. Iran might have thousands of missiles stockpiled, but it doesn't matter if they don't have the launchers to launch those missiles. Well, 3 days ago we learned from Israeli officials that Iran's launcher capability had been cut in half. And now it's getting worse. According to a report that just came out 2 hours ago, Iran only has a couple of more days of missile strikes left in them. Not because they are running out of missiles, but because they are running out of launchers. For Iran, launchers are basically one and done thing. They use it once, then the US surveillance finds it, and then it gets destroyed before they can move it back to safety. This is exactly why we are seeing less and less impacts happening all around the Middle East, including the Gulf nations and of course Israel. Here's General Kane again explaining the drop-off.
As of this morning, US Central Command is making steady progress Iran's theater ballistic missile shots fired are down 86% from the first day of fighting, with a 23% decrease just in the last 24 hours. And their one-way attack drone shots are down 73% from the opening days. This progress has allowed CENTCOM to establish localized air superiority across the southern flank of the Iranian coast and penetrate their defenses with overwhelming precision and firepower. We will now begin to expand inland, striking progressively deeper into Iranian territory and creating additional freedom of maneuver for U.S. forces.
And now here's something interesting and a little ironic. Admiral Cooper yesterday confirmed that US Army itself is now launching one-way drones into Iran. These are basically better versions of the Shahed drone that Iran invented and the same drone that they have been giving to Russia, which Russia uses to kill Ukrainian civilians. Well, guess what? US took the design, improved it, and now it's sending it back to Iran to take out the people who basically invented this drone. Take a listen.
Also for the first time, US Central Command's drone task force, called Task Force Scorpion Strike, launched countless one-way attack drones, achieving massive effects. I'd like to point out these drones were originally an Iranian design. We took them back to America, made them better, and fired them right back at Iran.
Now, before we look at how much resources the US military has committed to this operation, I do want to request you guys to just take a second, hit that like and subscribe button down below, because it really does help us out in the algorithm. Now, here are the numbers that Admiral Kane, the commander of the Central Command, made public. Over 50,000 US troops, more than 200 fighter jets, 2 aircraft carriers, and almost every type of bombers we have. In fact, these bombers are flying from the continental United States to Iran, dropping the payload and returning without even landing anywhere. That's more than 3 hours of round trip happening every single night. We have seen B-1, we have seen B-2s, and we have seen B-52s, all 3 being used in this operation. Now, of course, that round trip all the way might change now. Base in the Indian Ocean, but then again, I don't exactly know, because UK has been very specific about the fact that we can only use their bases for defensive purposes, and I don't know if UK would qualify bombers as being defensive. Hopefully that changes in the future pretty soon. Nonetheless though, for Iran, the pain is real, and that's why Iran is reaching out. We got a report this morning that Iranian intelligence officers from the Ministry of Intelligence actually contacted the CIA with an offer to discuss terms for ending the conflict. Now, I want to be clear here, these are intelligence officers, not political leadership like Ali Larijani. So it's unclear exactly how much authority they do have, but again, just a caveat to my own point, Iran is kind of a state where intelligence officers do have a lot of power, like Soviet Union, you know? So this is clearly not nothing, but it's probably not as powerful as like someone like Ali Larijani reaching out directly. Anyways though, it doesn't seem like US is interested. We've already covered this before, but this was President Trump's statement just a day ago. Iranian Air Force gone, Iranian Air Defense, Navy, leadership, everything is gone. They want to talk, I said too late. Now, we don't exactly know because the report came out after the statement, but it's very possible that this post might be referring to exactly the outreach that we're talking about. Maybe the administration knew about it before it became public and already rebuffed the attempts. Now, of course, based on Iranian state TV, it seems the remaining leadership, at least publicly, isn't interested in a ceasefire either, even though they are getting destroyed. Now, officially, Trump administration has said that regime change is not a stated objective of this operation. The White House has not made that public. But that doesn't mean that they're not hoping for a regime change. Especially based on some of the preparations and reports we have seen, it seems like a regime change is the goal, but that's not stated officially. Now, talking about the regime change, President Trump was recently asked about Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah. The question was basically if Reza Pahlavi is a good option to lead Iran after there is a regime change. Now, Trump's answer was interesting. He publicly acknowledged what many Iranian experts have said before. Pahlavi is popular outside of Iran, but inside of Iran, his support is not as strong as many people think. Now, I know a lot of people get very emotional when they hear something like that, so I want to be clear. President Trump is saying that directly, and I'm guessing he probably has better intelligence than most people who are watching my videos. So take a listen.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
And one more thing, you guys might remember just before the Butler assassination attempt against President Trump, there was another assassination plot ordered by Iran. The news broke just a day before the Butler incident, and that's why it got buried in the news cycle. Well, guess what? The Iranian official who ordered that assassination is now gone. Here's more details. Secretary Hegseth and General Kane confirming it this morning.
We've known for a long time that Iran had intentions on trying to kill President Trump and or other U.S. Officials. And while that was not the focus of the effort by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, never raised by the president or anybody else, I ensured and others ensured that those who were responsible for that were eventually part of the target list. It wasn't the beginning of the effort. We were focused on missiles and launchers, and that's the focus. But ultimately, if we had the opportunity to get at those who are trying to get at Americans specifically, we would. And so we eventually had the opportunity to do that from the air. And then on the matter with Turkey, I'll have to get back to you on exactly what the intercept looked like at that. We're aware of that particular engagement, although no sense that it would trigger anything like Article 5. No. Tie, right there. You got a tie on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Come back with the BBC. Can you give us
An Orange County memorial to Vietnam War veterans is being torn down today. KTLA's Orange County Bureau Chief Chip Yost is live in Fountain Valley with the reason for the demolition. Hi, Chip.
Yeah, hello there. Yeah, here behind me is where what was supposed to be a $1 million Vietnam War wall memorial once stood, but it stands no more. This morning, it was torn down before ever being open to the public and is now part of disgraced former Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe's legacy. Wednesday morning, a Vietnam memorial wall that county officials say someone was paid $1 million to build was torn down before ever being completed or being presented to the public. Convicted and disgraced former Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe was behind the project. Doe pled guilty in 2024 in a bribery case involving his funneling of millions of dollars from the county to the Viet America Society and Peter Pham, who was also indicted by the feds. In his plea agreement, Doe admitted that $1 million of those dollars was given to the group to build a Vietnam War memorial wall. But when county officials asked for records about how that portion of the money was spent, his successor, Janet Nguyen, told us in November they got nothing back.
There's not a lot of documents on this site. We don't know what was spent and how it was spent. We don't know what materials was used. We don't know anything.
And when Nguyen visited the wall to see what that money had paid for, she expressed disgust at what she saw.
When I saw this, it's a disgrace. It's so heartbreaking to see that this is how we honor our veterans. It is not. This is not who we are.
Now, Nguyen said that Peter Pham, before apparently fleeing the country, did give $150,000 of that $1 million back. For now, here at Miles Square Park in Fountain Valley, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
I can't take it anymore.
The entire internet was celebrating
today, when Jasmine Crockett lost her seat, everybody was dancing straight to Popeyes or Waffle House or wherever, you know, Jasmine Crockett was going to go. It has been a blast seeing all of the memes. This is literally what AI was created for. Jasmine Crockett out of Congress, dancing to the unemployment line. Ladies and gentlemen, I could watch these all day, but has anybody asked, like, wait a second, is the new boss going to be worse than the old boss? Who beat Jasmine Crockett in this contested Senate race? That's the most expensive in history of Texas. James Tallarico is the person who did it. James Tallarico is a state representative currently. He's a middle school teacher. He looks like it. He looks like if the Book of Mormon was a person and was sentient, and it, procreated with soy lattes and the Boy Scouts, I guess, but like the gay Boy Scouts? I don't know, man. I mean, like you decide, okay? You decide. I've never seen anybody so blasphemous, so heterical. It's like in his Christian beliefs and also in his cringe posting. Somebody who hates himself so much. Look at this. I got the coolest action figure for Christmas, he says. Thank you to all the healthcare superheroes working today. Let's get vaxxed boosted. So he's one of these guys. Texas, you really gonna do this? You gonna put Dr. Fauci real life action figure in? Notice how it's for ages 14 plus. Isn't that amazing? Because it's dangerous. This is a man who openly bitched about not having pronouns on their cards at the state level. The Texas Capitol can be a hostile environment for trans neighbors. This is a real tweet. Our office is the first in history to add pronouns to our official business card. It's a small way to tell trans Texans you are welcome here. Guy hates his skin. Hates his skin color. He literally hates being a white person. This is literally white people hate. Look at this. Ahmaud Arbery, whatever, new psyop from the left. Okay. White skin gives me and every white American immunity from the virus. But we spread it wherever we go. He sees white people as a virus. He says that we're a virus. Through our words, our actions, our systems. We don't have to be showing symptoms like a white hood or a Confederate flag to be contagious. He views being white as a virus. This guy hates white people. Radicalized white men are the greatest domestic terror threat in the country. Black Americans in a church, Mexican Americans in a store, Asian Americans in a spa, radicalized white men are the greatest domestic threat to the country. It's just a self-loathing white guy. And there's no other on the left, by the way. There's no such thing as anything other than a self-loathing white guy on the left. Gavin Newsom. No, dude, that guy hates himself. I mean, could you imagine waking up every day being Gavin Newsom? That guy hates himself. Democrat Presbyterian seminarian James Tallarico has won the Democrat primary for U.S. Senate. Here are some of his beliefs. He thinks illegal immigrant children are more patriotic than American children. He thinks the Torah tells you how to give an abortion. He thinks the trans community needs abortions too. He thinks there are 6 genders. He thinks God is non-binary and the Bible supports gay marriage. He thinks Jesus supported abortion because he talked to and was kind to women. And he thinks that Mother Mary's Annunciation is proof that God supports abortion. Okay. Bold strategy. We'll play you those clips in just a second, but it's all on tape. Do you believe that Christianity is a true religion? I believe Christianity points to the truth. I also think other religions point to the same truth. Shut up, dude. No. Do other religions point to the divinity of Christ and Christ alone? Okay, well, if you don't think that, and that is not what Islam does. That's not what Judaism does, obviously. That is not what other Hinduism or anything else does. So, dude, you're not a Christian then if you say that. As far be it from me. I'm not going to judge the guy's soul. Okay, what I'm saying is Christianity is pretty clear about Jesus being the way, the truth, and the life. That's what it says. So if you're saying that Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, and Judaism right here are the same, and that it's just all a mystery, then you don't believe in the foundational pillars of Christianity, obviously. God is non-binary. Whew, it's a tough one. Like, how do you even say stuff like this without lightning bolts? I don't know. Jesus Christ is a radical feminist. Ugh, same. From a church pulpit. The way they do this from a church pulpit, dude, is brutal. Also, look at that congregation. Yikes. You know what I mean? Yeah. Wow. He wants to tear down the secret police force and haul in these masked men when he's talking about the Trump administration. Nice. He's actually crazy. This is who the modern Democrat Party wants to run for office. Seems normal and bland, but actually incredibly radical, more radical than Ilhan Omar. That's a matter of fact. He wants to put criminal aliens back on taxpayer-funded health care. Wow. The guy is psycho. I've never seen a white person who hates white people as much as James Tallarico hates white people. She makes Jasmine Crockett look like the voice of reason. I mean, I couldn't believe it, but it is. It's true. James Tallarico is not moderate. He's just white. Yeah. Whew. Okay. Oh, and he's hanging out. People are calling him Beto 2.0. Woof. Next, moderate James Tallarico. He says that white people are a virus. He follows porn actors and escorts on Instagram. He's a great guy. Wow. Be careful of the wolf in sheep's clothing, as they say. Be careful. Teeny Tallarico is on record full-throatedly advocating for Democrats' most disastrous issues, child sex changes. There you go. And he thinks that Christianity points to child sex changes. I mean, this is how you know. Apparently, Tallarico is a Brazilian slang for wife stealer. I promise I won't steal your girl. Yeah, we're pretty sure about that, bro. We're pretty sure. But he could steal your election. You got to be careful, Texas. Here's Tallarico on the record. Careful, Texas. Careful. This is the wolf in sheep's clothing. Here.
Do you know any undocumented immigrants?
No, I do not.
When I was a teacher on the west side of San Antonio, I taught a lot of students who were undocumented. And I don't want to stereotype, but those students tended to be the most patriotic, the hardest working students that I had in the classroom. And again, I haven't stated this enough to say this definitively, but there are interpretations of certain passages from the Torah where some folks will even say that there is some subtle instructions for how to perform an abortion in the ancient world, certain things to drink, things like that. Before we go further, I want to acknowledge that our trans community needs abortion care too. Defending trans Texans is something we have to do every day at the state capitol. And you better believe I'll be giving sermons on that too. I want us all to be aware of is that modern science obviously recognizes that there are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6. Is both masculine and feminine and everything in between. God is non-binary. So this idea that to be a Christian means you have to be anti-gay and anti-abortion, there really is no historical, theological, biblical basis for that opinion. So this idea that to be a Christian means you have to be anti-gay and anti-abortion, there really is no historical, theological, biblical basis for that opinion. And if you think about it from a Christian perspective, something interesting that Jesus does throughout his ministry is he is breaking first century norms about women, talking with women, learning from women, having women lieutenants in his movement. And this was something that was kind of unheard of in the first century. The longest conversation Jesus has with anybody in the whole Bible is with the Samaritan woman at the well. And so this affirmation of women as full and equal people is a huge part of the Jesus movement, especially the early church. And then the last, I think, story I would go to is the story of Mary. Mary is probably my favorite figure in the Bible, the mother of Jesus. And, you know, she's an oppressed peasant teenage girl living in poverty under an oppressive empire as a Jew. And she has a vision from God that she's going to give birth to a baby who's going to bring the powerful down from their thrones, going to scatter the proud, who's going to send the rich away empty. I mean, this revolutionary song that she sings, it's called the Magnificat. And it's actually been banned by certain authoritarian regimes because it is so radical. But I say all this in context of abortion because before God comes over Mary and we have the incarnation, God asks for Mary's consent, which is remarkable. I mean, go back and read this in Luke. I mean, the angel comes down and asks Mary if this is something she wants to do. And she says, if it is God's will, let it be done. Let it be. Let it happen. So to me, that is an affirmation in one of our most central stories that creation has to be done with consent.
As the bombs fall on Tehran, something just happened behind closed doors in Beijing that changes everything. For days, everyone's eyes have been glued to Tehran, to the missile strikes, to the collapsing Navy. But in the last 24 hours, China just made an absolute game-changing decision. The one nation buying almost all of Iran's oil, the one regime Tehran thought would bail them out and come to their rescue, just sent a signal so shocking, so earth-shattering, that the mullahs are suddenly realizing they're fighting this war completely alone. Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, your Patriot Professor, here to help you rightly understand this absolutely historic moment that's unfolding in the Middle East and beyond with breaking news and analysis you're not going to get anywhere else. So you know what to do. Make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. A growing number of analysts are realizing that this war in Iran is part of a much larger grand strategy. And at the heart of that strategy is China. The key here is that Iran is not simply a rogue state that poses an existential threat to countries in the Middle East and possibly the United States. Fundamentally, it has become a core pillar of China's Middle East strategy. China is Iran's single most important economic partner. Various energy trackers estimate that well over 80%, in recent months, close to 90% of Iran's exported crude has been going straight to China. The New York Times calculated that roughly 5% of Iran's entire GDP now comes just from those oil sales to China. That's how critical this relationship is to keeping the regime's lights on. But even more importantly, the tens of billions of dollars that China sends to Iran helps to build the arsenal of long-range missiles, their drones, and the digital art infrastructure that enables the regime's authoritarian reign over its people. Those missiles, particularly hypersonic missiles, and an openly hostile Iranian Navy that happens now to be at the bottom of the sea, served as a Chinese proxy to occupy and contain American power in the Gulf region. Every American ship, every American aircraft, every American missile engaged in the Middle East is one taken away from the Taiwan Strait. Iran was a beneficiary of the Belt and Road Initiative and infrastructure projects financed by Beijing, and Beijing was enjoying a most favored nation relationship with the one country that controlled the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil supply passes through every day. So now you can understand why Iran felt, frankly, so invincible, why they were reportedly so cocky in their negotiations with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They were literally bragging that they had controlled about 460 kilograms of uranium enriched 60%, which they said was enough. They actually said it was enough to produce 11 nuclear bombs, once further enriched to weapons grade. They openly boasted about it. And they did that because they frankly thought they were invincible. They had the single biggest army on the planet behind them in Beijing, a regime they were convinced would shield them with oil purchases, missiles, and diplomatic cover the moment things got hot. In their minds, that 60% stockpile plus China's backing meant that they could taunt Trump at the table. They could rattle the region with drones and proxies and still sleep soundly at night, certain that the dragon in the east would never let the hammer actually fall. And to make matters even worse, reports were coming out that China was about to arm Iran with CM-302 supersonic anti-ship missiles, as well as China's DF-17 hypersonic glide missiles. Now, that was obviously, there was obviously an international outcry over that, but China wouldn't budge.
Both China and Iran are two fully independent countries with their sovereignty. And there is no international law which prohibits China and Iran to engage with each other in commercial transactions. And China happens to produce some of the most sophisticated missiles of all kinds. And it's absolutely right for China and Iran to size up each other and engage in whatever economic and commercial transactions they desire to do that, including involving such military missiles. And I think the whole world should be put on notice that both China and Iran will have full sovereign right to do such commercial transactions with each other, and no country should pretend to be surprised.
So again, you can see why they were so cocky. However, you know what they say about pride. What Iranian officials apparently failed to factor in was that for all of that Iranian dependence on China, China was not equally dependent on Iran. Yeah, Iranian barrels matter. Roughly 13% of China's seaborne oil imports have been coming directly from Iran, but more than half of China's tanker-delivered oil comes from the broader Gulf and Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, the UAE, Oman, Kuwait, and all of it sails through the Strait of Hormuz. So when the bombs started dropping on Tehran and Iranian forces started firing missiles in retaliation.
Okay, I'm thinking about building this in Fallout 76. I don't know about maybe if I have enough to build all of the houses. That's probably not going to be able to be a thing. But maybe one, right? And then if I had one of those survival shelters, I might be able to do this on the inside. Or maybe a step-down version of it instead of, what is it, 3, 6, so we'll do 4. You get what I mean. That'd be kind of cool.
To Beijing for those CM-302 ship-killing supersonic missiles so they could effectively shut down Hormuz. And that's when Beijing had to suddenly realize it had to choose. Does it risk 50% of its oil supply from the wider Gulf region just to protect that 13% from Iran? Or does it quietly step back, rhetorically condemn the violence, and then more or less look the other way? And to the regime's utter and complete shock, when they turned around expecting to see the Red Dragon having their backs, what Beijing just decided literally changed everything. But first, let me ask you a question. Are you working incredibly hard, maybe even successful by most standards, but you feel like you're spread too thin, right? Not enough butter over too much bread, you might say. So you're working your life away and you're wondering, when do I actually get to enjoy my life? Here's the problem. The elites have their system. They've rigged the game so that if you want more money, you've got to give them more time. And if you want more time, well, you're going to have to sacrifice money. It's a trap that keeps you dependent, exhausted, and anxious about the future. But what if you could have your own
You got me, Bethesda.
What if there's a way to build financial security for your family that doesn't require employees or customers or inventory or any of the headaches that come with traditional businesses? What if you could do it in just minutes a day or even minutes per week from anywhere you choose? Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Steve, that sounds a little too good to be true. And I get it. But here's what I've learned. Trading is actually the best business in the world when you do it the right way. And before you think trading, that's too complicated. That's too risky. Isn't that like gambling or so on? Let me tell you about my good friend Troy Noonan, the backpack trader. He spent 30 years perfecting a step-by-step approach that makes this accessible to everybody. I'm talking ordinary people like you and me. And I know it works because I'm actually a member of his program. I've tried it out. And here's what makes Troy's approach different. He'll show you how to prove the system works for you before you risk a single penny of your hard-earned money. It's like it's learning how to fly on a simulator. You don't actually fly first. You got to make sure you do it perfect on a simulator. Then you can fly. It's the same thing he does with trading. You could see the results first, then decide if it's for you. If you're ready to see how this could play a massive role in improving your life situation and giving you your time back, go to backpacktrader.com/TurleyFreedom right now. You can just click on the link below. Troy is hosting a special free live training called Backpack Trader Live, exclusively for our community. And when you register, he'll instantly send you his 12 Powers to Successful Training ebook, packed with concepts no one else teaches, the ingredients that lead to successful trading, and the like. I know, I read it. It's brilliant. And when you show up to the training, you'll get an exclusive invitation to a private roundtable with me and other folks from our community who are now living this dream lifestyle. This is your chance to stop being trapped in their system and start building your own. Go to backpacktrader.com/TurleyFreedom right now and reserve your spot. Your bright, beautiful future is waiting. Let's go get it. In a stunning turnaround, a Chinese spokesperson denied any accuracy to the report that China had agreed to sell Iran advanced CM-302 supersonic anti-ship missiles, and most certainly
That's how you do it.
will not be doing so. So it was a stunning about face, and it made it absolutely clear China's not getting involved in this. It is most certainly not going to war with America over Iran, over 13% of their oil. They condemned the strikes. They shouted sovereignty. But when it came time to actually back up Tehran with real hardware, the very hardware they promised, China folded. No CM-302s, no air defense systems, no targeting data, no satellite cueing, nothing that would drag them into direct confrontation with Trump. And it gets even more brutal. Beijing's foreign minister went out of his way to tell Iran to pay attention to the reasonable concerns of its neighboring countries. In other words, stop hitting Saudi Arabia, stop hitting the UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, not because Iran was violating their sovereignty, but because those are the very states that ship most of China's oil and LNG through Hormuz. And so obviously China made it even more clear that Tehran was not to even think about closing Hormuz, with energy outlets reporting that Beijing is leaning hard on Iran to keep the sea lanes open because Asian imports, especially Chinese imports, are at risk of traffic halts. I don't even know what navy they would use to close it at this point. So Iran thought it was going to leverage China, but in reality, it was China leveraging Iran. Iran was China's vassal, their proxy in the Middle East. They dumped tens of billions of dollars of investment in Iran, and now it's literally gone up in smoke. For the last few years, commentators told us that this was the dawn of a new anti-American axis. China, Iran joining Russia, building an alternative order in Asia. And they certainly were doing that during the Biden years. But now with the rise of Trump and America's civilizationalist renewal, Trump called the bluff in this asymmetrical relationship because he knew that it was Iran that had literally everything to lose. The numbers are in. Chinese investment in Iran has fallen dramatically short of the axis that was promised. China wanted discounted oil and leverage. Iran wanted protection and parity. This war has exposed just how asymmetrical that relationship really is, because when it came time for China to meet the moment, Iran found out the hard way that they were nothing more than fair weather friends. Iran has been completely isolated. No one is coming to their defense. Hezbollah's in tatters. Hamas has been crushed. The Houthis are a no-show. And China, the red dragon that Iran so brazenly thought their friend, is literally nowhere to be found. The days of the Iranian regime are coming to an end. And ironically, it appears all thanks to China.
Now, Donald Trump actually addressed all of this to reporters, right? Instead of just like an actual official address, he's finally talking to reporters about it. And honestly, they're all getting obliterated because quite literally, the left is trying to spin this narrative that this war is actually bad. Like for some reason, it's bad to kill people that are directly trying to kill us.
And thank everybody for
again, it's a completely
being
indefensible
here. And
stance.
please feel free to sit. So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury.
Oh boy.
Today, the United
Bro,
States...
you know he's naming all these operations himself. Midnight Hammer, Epic Fury, bro.
Its military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime.
Good shit.
Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up.
That's right.
But they ignored those warnings and
That's
refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear
I'm so glad that Trump is saying it like it is, man. Our successful attack in Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear sites. So they decided to restart building nuclear sites. And actually, their massive plan was, according to Israeli intelligence, that they were planning on building the nuclear sites in locations that the B-2 bombers wouldn't be able to reach, like under mountains and shit. I mean, listen, who knows? But ultimately, the idea is, and this we've confirmed with our own intelligence, is that they were trying to rebuild nukes because their ultimate plan was quite literally death to America. That's what their entire regime was founded on, and that is what they were trying to carry out. So, yes, we were nice about it. We blew up their nuclear sites very successfully. We were very nice about it. And then we said, okay, did you learn your lesson? We're going to bomb the shit out of you if you don't stop. And then they didn't stop. So we bombed the shit out of them. That's how it works. Absolutely. You fuck around, you find out.
Weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, And this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas.
God, I love a president that's actually willing to do this shit instead of waiting until we get hit to drum up morale. Like, you know, if Trump was actually just doing this for the polling numbers, he would have sit back and he would have let Iran hit us with a nice CBM before actually committing. And then everyone would have been like, wow, it's super justified. They attacked us first. You know, I'm so happy, quite literally, that that we have a president that's willing to bomb the shit out of them before we take hits from them.
The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden, by us, nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were...
Oh, but who gives you the rights to tell them what they are and not allowed to do? Our overwhelming lethal military gives us the rights to tell a regime that chants death to America what they have the right to do.
Complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so.
True. Now all the European countries are like, actually, this is a very good thing, actually. But yeah, no, obviously no one wanted to say that first.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat.
It's kind of crazy. I still see people saying, like, but Trump's messaging isn't good. We don't understand exactly why we went to war. Because they wanted to kill us. Because they're developing weapons that would be capable of killing us. So we stopped them before they did that. Again, I don't even understand why this is controversial. And this isn't even up for debate. This is like an objectively proved fact by like every single country. Everyone agrees. This isn't like some random Israeli guy told this to us and now we're believing them and going to war. Like every single independent intelligence agency from the CIA to the MI6 confirmed that this was happening and that they were on the brink of doing this. Like, I don't understand why people are being so retarded about it.
I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, dangerous document.
Yeah, Obama was like, we'll just fund you forever. Just make a pinky promise. And Iran was like, sure thing. And then they got billions of dollars. They made a pinky promise. And they broke it. They broke it. They were enriching uranium. Like, objectively. This is a fact.
They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought.
Yeah, I see a lot of people say, but the roadside bombs were in Iraq, not in Iran. They were literally made by Iran. That's also confirmed. Like, there's so much counter-propaganda.
I mean, look at our National Guardsmen.
But eyes on the mission, guys. Don't
he's paying back that death.
Fake evidence and fake news. Right? Actually, do the research yourself. Right? This is quite literally a murderous regime that was willing to die in order to kill us. And we let them die.
But I terminated him in
we
my first
terminated
term.
him.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on
push
an hourly
Iran into the
basis,
pit of
and their
death.
capacity to
Right into the
produce
pit of death.
brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. and we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out.
Yep.
And they came back,
the
and we
rest
thought
is
we had
history.
a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal
It's
with
almost like they didn't want a deal. It's almost like they were a regime predicated on terrorism and destroying and annihilating America and killing as many of us as they possibly could. And therefore, every time they're saying, we're going to make a deal, we're going to make a deal, their plan ultimately, and this is a fact, okay, was to string us along until we'd get a weak-ass bitch president, like a Kamala Harris or an AOC or a Gavin Newsom or like an absolute weak bitch. And then they would kill us. Like that. This was the plan. This was the plan. All right. Obama comes in, makes a pinky promise with them, gives them $1.7 billion. Trump comes in, dismantles it. Biden comes in, all right, makes a pinky promise with them, gives them $6 billion. All right, and then they were literally pretty close to making a nuke. They were enriching uranium at 60%, and then Trump comes in and puts a stop to it. Like, they were waiting, they were hoping that by titillating us with making a deal, oh, we'll just make a deal, we'll make a deal, it'll be bad, it'll be great, it'll be wonderful, the deal, obviously, you're crazy. And they would have pushed us until we'd eventually have a retard president that's not willing to do the thing, and then maybe our president at that point would respond after we were struck. Maybe. I just say maybe, because who knows if at that point they would just be in the pocket of these retards.
these people. You got to do it the right way.
That's right.
Today we grieve for the four.
Like, dude, when 9/11 happened, we said never again, all right? We didn't say, next time a 9/11 happens, we're going to hit back really hard. No. We said never again. We're not getting, ever, hopefully, with God's help, we never want to get to the position where a 9/11 happens in order to react. We want to stop these retards first. All right, and Iran, thank God, is retarded and stupid enough to publicly broadcast their plans of annihilating us every single day, thinking that us weak people in the Western world would not be able to do anything. And quite literally, if not for Trump, we might have been those weak people in the Western world not able to do anything. Look at England, all right? They thought that we were just going to become another England, another part of the caliphate, the United Caliphate.
Heroic American service members who have been killed in action.
Yeah, legends.
And
heroes.
send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is.
True.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far. Easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay, whatever it takes.
We're ahead of the timeline. We thought we'd only kill 47 of their leaders. We actually ended up killing 80 of their leaders. Very awkward indeed.
We will always...
Look, man, this is what I told you from the get-go, all right? This isn't in-and-out war. We go in, we eliminate their leadership, we take out their weapons capabilities, we eviscerate their infrastructure, and hopefully the Iranian people are able to rise up and actually make something out of the ashes, because this regime needs to go. This is honestly incredible stuff.
And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it whatever. Somebody said today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr.
There's nothing boring about killing terrorist goat fuckers. You fuck a goat, you die. I don't make the rules. Oh, wait,
General,
I do.
I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through.
He's right.
We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour. So we're...
Oh, my God. We're ahead of schedule. We thought it would take us 4 weeks to kill the leaders. It took us 5 minutes.
ahead of schedule there by a lot.
Based.
But please join me in thanking every American service member.
And they died like rats. Rats in a trap. Meanwhile, Trump is going out. He's meeting media. He's meeting people. He's doing things in public, awarding people Medal of Honors. Even Netanyahu, who's like in the backyard of Iran, he's going out there. He's seeing the people in public. He's in public all the time. All right, and these retards cowering like sniveling rats in a trap, obliterated within the first 5 minutes of a war. Bro dedicated his life to war with the United States, and he died in the first minute of the war. Zero aura.
who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Legends. Thank God.
Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit.
God, I love this guy. And
And on today's episode of Heck WD-40 on a pool noodle on a hammer handle with zip ties. 'Cause apparently hammering causes too much pain in the hand, so we have to pool noodle it. Now we have some rubber coated wire. What did that even do? Neither of these are hacked so far. This is a wall anchor used in like, you know, your house. That's a very special tool. That's not a hack way. The fire and the screws and okay, now I'm just angry because none of these have made sense. Okay, I've done this one. Not with an angle grinder, but with my weed eater.
There's a diamond inside this diamond, okay? So there's a pink diamond inside of another diamond. How they put that together? Well, it's set at the bottom and another diamond at the top. Never before seen. A really crazy diamond cross with wings right here. These are diamonds. Now, of course, this is lab grown. You could do stuff with lab grown that you can never ever do with natural. Not something that you'll ever own in natural. Or you could, and in natural, this piece would be how much? 100 grand.
100,000.
100,000. And how much is it today, my friend?
It's 9,000.
Okay, 9,000 asking price. TracksNYC.com, Tracks Tokyo, Tracks Mumbai, right here.
Fully kitted up like you're a you're a police officer. I'm not going to call the chief, sir.
I'll call him.
Okay.
And I'll call the mayor.
Yeah, please. Quick inspections on the motorcycle. All right.
This is one of the uniforms they require.
Got it.
Slider escort.
Got it. Well, we're gonna figure out a couple things here. I'm gonna have you just hang tight and stay here with my partners while I'm gonna do a quick inspection on the motorcycle. All right. Last I checked, these are, well, you're the taser guy, you tell me. It's a non-guard card, non-BSIS license.
They're not supposed to have this one?
Yeah.
They can have a different one, but they're supposed to go through training for it.
Right. They work, they're reds, but he's got like a purple up front.
Yeah, purple's supposed to be.
Like an X26 kind of.
Gold. The original.
Yeah.
I just got the new.
You got another motorcycle?
I've got two motorcycles. Only this one here for work.
Hmm.
I might drive for work. Both these are supposed to be legal as far as.
I know this is a no-no.
Yeah, that's a no-no.
Yeah.
This is probably too. This is probably over the limit. May not be.
Yeah.
They're not legal.
You gotta be certified in those.
Do
you have a card? Who put you through instructor course? The taser program.
I did go through the taser program.
You did?
Yeah.
Through who?
Through San Bernardino.
San Bernardino Sheriffs?
No, it's through guard, security guard thing over there.
Okay. Do you have the card with you saying you have certification?
No, they gave me a certification that's framed in my home.
They gave you a certificate?
Yeah.
You're supposed to have something that always is on you too.
I did not have.
You have your badge?
This says traffic. Call the chief, he knows me. He'll probably verify this.
Where'd you get that badge from? Who did you go?
Ordered it.
Oh, you just ordered it.
All right, Mr. Goodnight. Well, there's a couple issues, okay? Namely the tasers, the baton, all that. So you are going to be coming back to the station with us today, okay? We are going to tow the bike because we obviously can't leave it here. And we'll discuss more about this when we get back to the station, okay?
Am I under arrest?
Right now, yes, sir. You are under arrest.
Am I arrested for it?
I just explained to you the tasers, the ass baton, all that stuff right now.
Get a hold of the chief, please.
I'm not going to call the chief, sir.
I'll call him.
Okay.
And I'll call the mayor.
Yeah, please. That's fine, sir. Well, the law is what the law is. So I don't work in the world of favoritism and personal favorites and backdoor deals, sir. So
Everything else says all that is perfectly legal. Now,
tasers and this are certainly not legal, and neither is that in companion with your drug registration to the county. None of that adds up to being perfectly legal, sir.
Doesn't change the registration fact.
I'm just explaining to you why you are under arrest at this point, okay? Okay. The 180. Yes, sir.
Make a phone call, have someone pick the bike up?
No, sir. We're not going to sit out here and do that, okay? It's not. I'm not impounding the motorcycle. It's just going to get stored off the roadway, okay?
Do you mind picking me up and putting me in the back of your car?
Yeah,
The team
yeah.
starting to get to me.
Sure. We got you.
I am a heart transplant patient.
Totally understand, sir. You ready? Put your feet out in front of you. There you go. Stand up.
Oh, thank you.
Where's your unit?
It's a back.
Can we put them in yours? You mind?
Yeah.
Do it? All right.
Cool. Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, I'll let you pull it out. There you go.
Do you have a chain cuff?
No, we do not, sir. But it's not. It's going to be a short ride to the our station. Okay.
I know where it is. Thank you. Well, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that an infraction?
What's an infraction?
What I'm being arrested for?
My partner will explain everything to you. I believe when it comes to weapons that you cannot have, it may be a misdemeanor, it may be a felony. Okay. All right. Tell me, sir. Just have a seat, sir. Watch your head. Watch your head. Go. Oh. Alright, step on out.
Easier said than done.
Yeah. It's 1 foot at a time. There you go. Slide. Alright, you're gonna stop right here. Have you been to this facility before, sir?
I'm sorry?
Have you been to this facility before?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
So, have any of these items on you?
No.
Okay.
You just check me.
Yeah, you'll be surprised. People hide things and all types of forces. All right, go ahead and have a seat right here, sir. I will. I just need you to have a seat because I gotta remove your shoes, okay?
Yeah, really.
Stay right there. All right. Go ahead, lift up your left leg one more time. Gotta get your socks.
You can't leave my socks on?
No, sir.
I gotta ask this. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Just our protocol or rules that we have.
Well, I just wondered if there was something to them, you know.
Yeah. All right, you're gonna stand in this box for me. Go ahead, spread out your feet, and you're gonna face that wall, okay?
And all I'm trying to do is make enough money to live off of.
Yeah, what do you do for work?
Escorts.
Escorts?
Yeah. Plus I get a lousy $1,200 a month from Social Security.
Okay.
You can't live on $1,200 a month. You gotta do something.
No, I understand that, sir.
It's legal, on everything.
Face the wall for me. Face the wall.
Oh, I thought you wanted to open the door.
No, go ahead. All right. So, the investigating officer is gonna come and talk to you, okay? You can use a, huh?
Yeah, how long?
Probably like 10 minutes. So, your property is gonna be put in a bag.
Marshall Goodnight was booked into custody on multiple charges, including possession of prohibited weapons, possession of a baton and tear gas weapon as a felon, and impersonating a peace officer. Authorities confirmed he is legally barred from possessing firearms due to his prior felony conviction. The investigation remains ongoing as police work to determine whether there may be additional victims or related incidents connected to his actions.
And on today's episode of Hack Reacts, we're poking a hot fork into a soap bottle. I don't know where this is going, but it's not going to be good. It's not even a fork, it's a Bident. What? No. Into the toilet. You do know there's toilet cleaner, right? This isn't a hack. You're just using a different cleaner for your toilet. Again, there's toilet cleaner. You don't need to use mouthwash for your scrub brush. Is this just smelly good? Sure. Put potpourri on the toilet. You're going to lean back against that and it's going to get on your shirt. There's no way that straw held up to that. Would have ripped immediately. Hey, don't mix cleaners like that unless you really like creating toxic gases inside your home that could potentially harm you. Don't mix cleaners like this. If you feel the need to use 7 different cleaners in your toilet, no.
Hey, what's going on? War! We're going to war!
Alex, welcome back to the program. I wanted to talk with you about Epstein and Bill Clinton,
But since this war with Iran seems to be popping off in just a moment, I'd love to get your take on it. What does it mean for where the country is headed? Clearly, the American First Movement doesn't want more quagmires and more forever wars.
Well, if you remember 2 weeks ago, Trump started evacuating people out of different embassies over the Middle East and was looking like they were going to strike them. But now we know that was to get intelligence to see where the Iranians sent weapons. It was to pick up signals intelligence, probably. This time it looks like they are getting ready to hit because the negotiations have fallen through and Iran is refusing to give up what the West says is its nuclear program. But even people like the founder of Blackwater, who's really smart, Eric Prince, has said he's a fan of the mullahs, but regime changes is certain, and this could really cause some major problems. But regardless, I'm no fan of the mullahs myself. And so I would like to see them remove that. It is a dictatorship over their people. They're very unpopular. But China has shipped a lot of anti-ship missiles that our experts believe will be able to get through to the aircraft carriers. The question is, can the Iranians forward deploy them enough to get the Gerald R. Ford in the Mediterranean? But the other aircraft carrier is over by Iran and can be hit. And so if Iran does hit the aircraft carrier, we'll go to full war with Iran, and that could potentially lead to World War III because it has a defense deal with China, North Korea, and Russia. So that's really some of the major dangers here. But as you said, the massing of forces there is much bigger than what we saw last year during the little 7-8 day operations we saw between Iran and Israel. So this is a very, very dangerous moment in history. And from all of my sources, it's really up to Trump. Up until the last minute, he could decide to give the order or not give the order. If you remember, we were told 5 or 6 times that we were going to go into Venezuela and that tomorrow would be the day. And that kind of got them to where they were complacent. And then finally, when it did happen, we caught them with their pants down. And of course, U.S. military, regardless of what you thought of that, did an excellent, really almost perfect job. And so that's what we're looking at right here. This is a big deal.
I'm very sorry for the side quest question, Alex, but it's something that I've dreamed about asking you. What is a discombobulator?
I don't know the specific secret weapon system Trump's talking about. I know that they have a lot of exotic weapons. I could go through some of the theoretical stuff and what we know has been developed over the decades. The information I have on those weapon systems is old. So you can imagine they're much more advanced, but they have kind of a Glock system that's associated with manipulating the time-space field between dimensions. That going back to the first experiments with it with the Germans and then the U.S., that everybody around it really gets sick. It's like the Havana syndrome on steroids. Then there are classic type high-powered sonic weapons that can also make people very, very nauseous. But when you hear the term discombobulate, that means almost like reality's not there. And so this is real sci-fi weaponry. But we're told hydrogen bombs are the most advanced thing, but those were around in the 50s. Theoretically, in the 1890s, Max Planck created the theoretical equations for atomic bombs and then hydrogen bombs. And so the technologies are 30 to 50 years, depending on what group of them advanced. And obviously, it's very secretive. They had, in the early 70s, the B-2 bomber deployed. They didn't declassify it partially until the late 80s. And that, I'm told, is about 5 generations back from what the U.S. military actually has.
Many people have wondered whether the UFO files are kept secret because the UFO technology is simply military technology that's being tested on our people or domestically, and that the federal government has the ability to manipulate time and space. And I say that, Alex, because they straight up, and that's not what this interview is about, but I hope you don't mind this little side quest here. They said that in this astonishing document. Alex, could you grab it? The principal who's in charge of science and technology for the administration, Dr. Alex Krasios is his name. Sounds like straight out Central Casting. He says, no, we have the ability to manipulate time and space with our military tech. What does that mean, Alex? I mean, you just talked about the discombobulator changing reality. We heard from the Venezuelan security guards that they were incapable of even standing when hit with this thing. vomiting blood out of their mouths, blood out of their ears and nose. What I mean, did we use some space age shit on these guys?
Well, there are all sorts of systems. I mean, there are particle beams that you can just hit a building with and it just basically disintegrates. There are, and these are just things we know theoretically that they did develop, and then the rest is classified. So it just goes on and on. And then there's so many civilian uses for these things. I mean, we've had free energy for at least 30 years. It's seen as a disruptive technology, so it's been suppressed. And with Trump, you see the beginning of the rolling out of this, which is great to secure American dominance, but also great for the economy. With all this debt and the rest of it, new innovations being rolled out like this aren't going to be disruptive. It's what's going to save us if it can be deployed in a peaceful way. I mean, imagine what free energy will do. But you see Trump killing the carbon taxes, the Paris Accord that Lord Monckton's analysis, and I've seen other analyses that are similar, would kill about 2 billion people over a decade if they cut basically half the energy in the food. And that was a plan of the Great Reset. So Trump killing that alone, the globalists weren't just going to give us the free energy. They weren't just going to block that. They were going to take away the old system as well. And so Trump is keeping the old system in place as a bridge to the new. Elon Musk has talked about that. And so this is a great thing President Trump's done. In fact, that's why I'm not black-pilled. I mean, I wish they'd do more on Epstein. I wish they'd do more on arrest, more on indictments of the bad guys. But at the end of the day, the globalists are being made irrelevant. We just had the head CEO of the World Economic Forum in the email saying, yes, we're setting up an alternate world government through the Trilateral Commission that Epstein was on, and we're going to transfer the UN power over to us. That was in 2017-18. And then 3 years ago, the UN made the World Economic Forum co-equal for global governance. So I mean, that whole system is being exposed. It's being discredited. The crown jewel of it, the carbon tax and the social credit score that would implement that and track everything we do, that is gone basically. The UN's plan to, quote, cut half the food production. Remember a couple of years ago, John Kerry, we got to get rid of half the farms or people will starve. True oxymoronic stuff here. This is feudalism. This is serfdom. And so all of that, the old system is being shut down. The predatory Great Reset, collapsed civilization, post-industrial world, and Trump's making real moves to bring us into the George Jetson world that's right under our noses.
It's true. My wife's grandmother is visiting us. She's 95 years old, and I have a Tesla, and I love it. And it's a self-driving Tesla. And she sat in it, and she's like, "This is the Jetsons." That's what she said. She's never been in one of these things, and we just like self-drove, and we went down the street, got ice cream, and the car drives itself. And she's like, "I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm living to see this. It's the Jetsons." That's what she said.
And all of those technologies aren't evil in and of themselves. It's how they're deployed.
Yeah.
And Musk is saying, have more children and have all this, empower us and use these, autonomous systems to go out and build our space bases and build our colonies so that humans can then go inhabit them and, use AI, assembling whole fleets and systems out of the asteroid belt to then go terraform Mars quicker. This is really exponential. If it's deployed for humans, it's unlimited. But if it's deployed from a globalist depopulation bent, that the future is not human, that the WEF says, then it is meant to replace us, and it is the Antichrist. So it's a tool, and it really depends on what spirit is in the machine, one of God and the Holy Spirit and pro-human systems, or one of replacing humans.
A Fox News alert. Nowhere to hide. U.S. forces hunting down Iran's missile launchers while Israel launches a new round of strikes overnight. We are live in Israel in just seconds.
Plus, the race is on in North Carolina, where Republicans hope they can hold a crucial Senate seat. Michael Watley is the party's nominee, and he joins us live.
And remembering a college football legend, we honor the legacy and career of Coach Lou Holtz that spans 7 decades and inspired fans around the world.
It's my family and my friends that really define who you are, what your values are, what you stand for.
He was a legend. You're watching Fox and Friends First here on a Thursday morning. I'm Todd Pyro.
And I'm Ashley Strohmeyer in for Carly Shimkus. We begin on the ground in Israel with Trey Yingst and more strikes hammering the Islamic regime. Trey.
Yeah, Todd, Ashley, good morning. As this war continues, the Israelis are going after many positions across Iran. The Iranians are responding with ballistic missile fire. But we're getting some new video this morning from the IDF showing an Israeli F-35 shooting down an Iranian plane over the skies just outside of Tehran. This is the first war kill in the air for the Israelis since 1980. And as this story develops, the Israelis say they're going to control the skies of Iran in the hours and days ahead. And they are trying to take out as many of these ballistic missile launching positions as possible as they do so. Overnight, there were more interceptions over Tel Aviv as 3 separate rounds of ballistic missiles woke up the civilian population, sending them into bomb shelters. Another round of missiles was launched this morning. New strikes are taking place in Iran, going after much of the regime's structure, trying to neutralize the threat against Israel. And as this is taking place, we understand, according to an Israeli official, that they have broadly neutralized the regime structure that was used to crack down on Iranian protesters earlier this year. Israel's also looking north to Lebanon, where they continued to strike the Lebanese capital of Beirut, going after the Iran-backed proxy Hezbollah there. Finally, I do want you to take a listen to a top military spokesman in Israel who provided an update on the situation.
With each passing day, the Iranian terror regime is weakening and losing its grip. We continue to strike Hezbollah systematically and to hunt down its operatives throughout the country.
And we do know that they are losing their ability to launch more ballistic missiles. Despite the fact sirens are sounding, these barrages are much smaller. And as a result, just 2 minutes ago, Israel's Homefront Command changed their guidelines from essential activity to limited activity. This means that people will be able to gather in groups of 50 or less, and they'll be able to see friends and family and leave their houses in a way maybe that they haven't done before as a result of this conflict. Guys?
That seems like a significant change. Trey, I want to ask you a little bit more about the geopolitical ramifications of all this. China reportedly sending a special envoy to the Middle East to conduct mediation efforts. But what do you think? Is this about, quote unquote, de-escalating the crisis? Or is this China saying, hey, I think we may have picked the wrong horse in this race, and they're really worried about the flow of cheap oil to them is going to dry up?
Yeah, there's a lot of implications to this story, and energy is one of the key storylines here that we're following out of the Gulf. When we look at Qatar shut down its LNG, liquefied natural gas production, for the first time in 30 years. And this is a major development. It's going to have ripple effects across the energy markets. And so the Chinese and the Russians and others are looking at this, and they are understanding that they have an ally in the region, which is Iran, and they're not doing very well on the battlefield. And so this is not surprising that this delegation and official from Beijing is coming to the region, but we can expect many officials from around the world to get involved. We heard yesterday from the Trump administration that there were offers from more than 10 different countries to try and mediate or have conversations. But U.S. officials say the time for talking was before this war began. And at this point, they plan to degrade the Iranian regime and what's left of its military.
Okay, Trey Yingst, thanks so much. And we're going to go now to Doug Luzader with the new developments on Operation Epic Fury out of Washington. Doug.
Good morning. We're going to see the debate over the war heating up again today on Capitol Hill. But let's start with that extraordinary attack on the Iranian Navy by a U.S. submarine. The Pentagon just released some stunning video, and that is a U.S. submarine sinking a big Iranian frigate with a torpedo. That is the first such attack since World War II. Iran's Navy is all but wiped out, according to Pentagon leaders, and the U.S. military also firing off long-range, precision-guided munitions for the first time in combat. President Trump was asked yesterday for a grade on the war effort so far.
We're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. And we're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far.
This combined U.S.-Israeli effort has significantly degraded Iran's ability to launch missiles at targets in the region.
I think if the goal of the administration is to render Iran incapable of using its military forces outside of its borders, of threatening our neighbors, our allies, of threatening our bases abroad, which we're seeing they are capable of doing. If it is trying to deny them a conventional umbrella for their nuclear ambitions, that is a worthy goal.
Back here on Capitol Hill, we expect the House to take up a war powers resolution to limit the president's authority to attack Iran, but a similar effort in the Senate yesterday failed to pass, mostly along party lines. And later today, War Secretary Pete Hegseth heading to Tampa to visit U.S. Central Command there, getting an update on Operation Epic Fury. Todd and Ashley.
Okay, Doug Luzader live in Washington. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
And just hours ago, Israel announcing that it intends to open skies for outbound flights starting on Sunday. The decision being made as Qatar Airways limits the number of flights from Oman and Saudi Arabia. And the State Department also says additional flights will surge to help people trapped in the Middle East. Joining us now is one of the 66 American citizens who has just escaped Israel with the help of veteran-led Graybull Rescue. Pastor Randy Helms just arrived in Jordan in the last hour and joins us live with the founder of Graybull Rescue and combat veteran Brian Stern, who is also in Jordan continuing the evacuation efforts. Gentlemen, thanks for coming on with us this morning. This is very important to talk about. But Pastor, I want to talk to you first about this. You got to Jordan within the last hour or so. Walk us through this process.
Well, we were desperate. We were stranded in Tiberias. Missiles were exploding over our hotel. And about 18 or 19 times we got summoned to bomb shelters with our group. And we tried everything. Contact the State Department. We contacted our local authorities. Everybody was very sympathetic, but nobody could help us. And then we came across Graybull.
Oh,
and they came to our rescue. God bless them. And I'm sitting here now just overjoyed because they ushered us out of Israel in a very safe way. And we're now in Jordan. And we're continuing the rescue with Graybull in just moments. Our group, we have 34 souls here from our church. Our group will be loading on buses with Brian and the Graybull team, and they're going to take us out of here to safety.
Pastor, this is a very loaded question, but I think it does need to be asked. You and your group only had a minute and a half to get to a bomb shelter when those sirens sounded. Was there any point that you didn't think you would make it to that shelter?
No, I'll be honest with you, Ashley. A strange sense of calm came over myself and our group during this whole thing. Of course, it was frightening and very serious, but we had a sense about us that if we followed orders, did the right thing, trusted in our God, that we would be all right. And I never once saw anybody panic, lose control of their emotions. Of course, they were very serious, but you hear bombs exploding when you're in a bomb shelter. It gets serious quick. But we just were very calm. It was odd, really.
It gives me chills hearing that you guys were all calm and it was just, focus on what you had to do. Brian, I mean, one of your specialties obviously is hostage rescues. And to hear the pastor say this, I mean, you were their savior.
We're Graybull, my team and I, we're just Americans doing what Americans do, which is take care of each other and take care of our fellow countrymen. We're a nonprofit, and my whole team are volunteers. No one gets paid. I don't get paid. We don't charge people money. Being able to rescue Pastor Randy and hundreds of others just in this one little conflict is why we're here. This is why we do what we do. This was our 805th mission as a team. Over 8,500 lives saved. Pastor Randy and his group is one of many. And but it is awesome to be able to save a life. This is really nothing like it.
Oh, I can't imagine. But right now, at this very moment, what is your biggest challenge in getting Americans out?
funding by far. We have aircraft, we have buses, we have ground elements, we're able to do things fast that others can't do or won't do or take their time doing, and that's okay. But the reality is we're a nonprofit, and the airplane that Pastor Randy is about to get on, we had to fundraise for, and sadly, the demand is so high, we can't rescue everyone that we theoretically could. And God forbid somebody dies out here because we can't fundraise enough. That's a really, really terrible story for American citizens trapped in a war zone. That's really the wrong answer.
And really quickly, for anybody who is watching this and they want to donate, where can they go?
GrableRescue.org is where people can go to donate, to give help. That's also where you can go to get help. If you or your family are stuck or you're trapped, reach out to us and we'll do everything we possibly can to get you from where you are to where you need to be to safety, just like Pastor Randy.
And Pastor, this final question to you, when do you expect to be back in the United States? Any idea?
We're working the problem right now. As you can imagine, there's very little space on airplanes. Everybody is trying to get out of this area. But hopefully in about 2 or 3 days, we'll be back home, and praise the Lord for it.
Absolutely. I am praying so hard for you and the people you are with, as well as Brian and his whole group. Stay safe, guys.
God bless you, Ashley.
Of course. Thank you so much. And you too. And for Americans in the Middle East looking for assistance, call 202-501-444 and visit travel.state.gov for more information.
And if you are Americans trapped, that's a pretty good combo to have. The State Department on the one hand, Grable on the other.
That way you
Seems like
have two options.
You're in good hands. Yeah.
Absolutely.
The war with Iran is expanding tonight as President Trump promises to strike targets deeper into the Islamic Republic.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says Operation Epic Fury has been a historic success. Then he promises American forces are gaining control of Iranian airspace and its waterways without boots on the ground. 50,000 U.S. troops are now in the region, with more on the way. And as the war widens, the U.S. Senate votes against an effort to rein in the president's war powers.
We have team coverage. Sandra Mitchell with the service members who have made the ultimate sacrifice. But we begin with John Finolio, who has been tracking fast-moving developments. He joins us live from the KTLA News Center. John?
Sure, Micah. 5 days into this war, and tonight, for the first time, the U.S. State Department says the first charter plane to evacuate Americans has left the Middle East. State did not say from which country the plane departed, citing security concerns. All this as the war with Iran is spreading to new fronts.
Rescuers search for survivors in war-torn Iran as the U.S. and Israel rapidly expand attacks deeper inside the country. The Pentagon releasing this video of an American submarine destroying an Iranian warship with a torpedo.
The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II.
President Trump describing U.S. attacks as a resounding success.
Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15.
The U.S. Central Command says the U.S. and Israel have heavily diminished Iran's Navy, drone stockpile, and ballistic missile capabilities. Israel unleashing new attacks on Iran-backed Hezbollah militants in Lebanon. CNN reporting the CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces to spark an uprising in Iran, saying the Trump administration has been in active discussions with Iranian opposition groups and Kurdish leaders in Iraq about providing them with military support. But Iran isn't backing down, continuing to launch a new wave of missile and drone attacks on at least a dozen neighboring countries across the Middle East that host U.S. military bases. NATO reporting it shot down an Iranian ballistic missile headed for Turkey, a NATO member that shares a border with Iran. An attack on a NATO member could spark a devastating escalation in fighting, triggering the military alliance to activate its 32 member states to join the war. This as thousands of Americans remain stranded in the region. There are an estimated 1 million U.S. citizens in the Middle East. The U.S. State Department now trying to scramble military flights for those who want to evacuate. But closed or restricted airspace due to air strikes is making the effort increasingly difficult.
Earlier today, U.S. Senate Republicans rejected an effort to curtail President Trump's power to wage war without congressional approval. The vote fell mostly along party lines, 53 to 47. The House is set to vote tomorrow on a separate resolution to limit Mr. Trump's war powers, but it also faces stiff odds. In the News Center, I'm John Finolio. Cher Micah, back to you.
John, thank you. And all 6 American troops killed in the war with Iran have been identified. As the human cost of the war comes into focus, all 6 of the U.S. service members identified as Army reservists died when a drone struck a port in Kuwait on Sunday.
Sandra Mitchell is here in studio now with more on heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice. Sandra?
Micah and Cher, a young mother who was just days away from returning home, and a California native serving in the Army Reserve. These are some of the first U.S. casualties in the war with Iran, and tonight those who loved them are sharing their heartbreak. The attack in Kuwait hits home in California. 54-year-old Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan of Sacramento, now identified as one of 6 soldiers killed in a drone strike. Tonight, the Pentagon also identifying victim 45-year-old Major Jeffrey O'Brien of Iowa, a specialist in cybersecurity.
He's 20. He was going to be 21 in May. In 2 months.
And now the family of Declan Cody of Iowa speaking proudly about their young soldier. His death, along with 3 others, confirmed yesterday.
This was the morning before we dropped him off for him to leave. He was our cat, Autumn's favorite. She'd sit in his room while he would game for hours.
The 6 soldiers killed Sunday when a drone hit a command center in Kuwait. It was just 1 day after Israel and the U.S. launched military action against Iran. Iran responded with drones and missiles hitting targets in Gulf Arab states and Israel. 35-year-old Captain Cody Cork of Florida, remembered by his former superior.
I'm proud of the man he became. I know that the soldiers in his care were well led. He was passionate about becoming an officer, but he had his own style of doing it.
Sergeant Nicole Amore, a mother of 2, was days away from returning home to Minnesota. And Noah Tahens, a father and black belt in Taekwondo, also died in the attack.
U.S. Army Reserves out of Des Moines, Iowa. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane today in a briefing on the war somberly reading the names of the soldiers who sacrificed their lives.
To our wounded warriors and their loved ones, we will never forget your sacrifice. Our nation stands with you, and we are eternally grateful for your courage, your resiliency, your devotion to this mission and to our nation.
And speaking about those deaths on Sunday, President Trump said, sadly, there will likely be more before it ends. Sharon, Micah, back to you.
Sandra, thank you.
All right, my friend, please, guess how much is in here, and I give you some. How much?
7,000.
7,000? For you. How much is in here?
I would say about 12,000, 20,000. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no. You don't gotta go. You don't gotta be scared. How much is in here so I can get you some silver, bro? How much value of silver is in here? How much is it worth? Value in dollars. $200. $200 worth of silver? Sure. Why don't you check how much this is and come back to me, okay? See you later.
Framework laptops are the only laptops that ship like this.
And this, their most powerful 16-inch laptop, has an impressive, upgradable NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5070 graphics card inside. The first modular laptop of its kind. With only 3 more captive screws to unscrew, the 85 watt-hour battery is the easiest battery replacement of all time. The 2 lower loudspeakers are also modular. Each include a 1-watt woofer and a 1-watt tweeter, for 4 speakers in total. The coolest module though, and something I've never seen in a laptop before, is the ability to swap out and upgrade the modular graphics card. All made possible by removing 4 screws and pulling up on this interposer. Just don't touch the gold contact pads on the bottom. An interposer is a high-bandwidth bridge, a connector designed for repeated swaps of powerful components. We can unscrew 2 more captive screws, identified with the orange markers, and this allows the whole graphics card module to be released out the back, meaning I can upgrade this graphics card in the future all in about 4 minutes. Also, if you're not into gaming or video editing, you can use the same interposer and the same cavity to add more internal SSDs instead. A modular design is basically unheard of in the laptop space, and I hope Tim Cook is watching. The keyboard is actually hot swappable and modular as well. Once the aluminum midplate is reinstalled, there's a series of gold pins across the plate that allow the keyboard or number pad to be placed at any point or on either side. The keys themselves have 1.5 millimeters worth of travel, and for reference, the MacBook Pros have 1 millimeter. But who's counting? You are. And all of these keyboards and number pads and trackpads can be hot swapped without needing any tools. There are 2 locking latches at the bottom left and right side of the computer that hold everything in place. I'll throw on the black plastic screen bezel for a second. We'll come back to this, but it's held in place with magnets, and then I can put in literally whatever ports I want to into the sides of the computer. Whether it's USB-C, USB-A, 6 different headphone jacks, Ethernet, HDMI, microSD, DisplayPort, or SD card slots, they are all hot swappable and I get to choose what I want. How's about them apples? Plus, each of the ports only cost $20, which are far cheaper than Apple's dongle adapters. The only downside of the DIY edition is that I do need to install my own operating system, which is kind of a hassle. And I repeat, even the screen can be replaced in about 10 minutes with just 4 screws. Framework already has replacement parts ready to go on their website for everything inside this computer. And I'm not sure what these feelings are. Happiness, appreciation, maybe hope? All I know is that I am Iron Man. And I don't think I'll ever be going back to a regular old laptop ever again.
We got several liberal protesters getting owned by Iranians who are telling them that they don't know shit about Iran. And this is literally what we have going on lately is we have a bunch of Democrats acting like they could tell other Iranians that they should be upset about Trump, that we know more about your own country than you. Meanwhile, these Iranians are trying to tell them, bro, we are completely stoked about what Trump is doing overseas. There's several videos that we have, man. You got to check them out. It's absolutely hilarious. This guy went off on these liberal protesters.
You're all preventing me from moving where I want to go, and I'm going to go. Why don't you leave America? Why don't you leave? You hate this imperialist country. Why don't you leave?
Yes,
when
get
Iranian
out.
Women were raped and murdered by their government, none of you said shit. You're fake activists. Why don't you speak about the 50,000 Iranians who were killed?
Yes.
And I want to call out the fact that you pretend, oh, don't touch me. Meanwhile, you're
Get your hands off of him.
from moving where
Go, go,
and
go.
I'm going to go. That's okay. You can't false imprison me.
Get your
you
hands off
fucking
him.
Fake terrorist cosplaying children.
Yes,
You're spoiled
children.
Americans on the side of a terrorist regime because you're afraid and hateful of a country that's the size of New Jersey. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of you cosplaying white people. I'm afraid
I
of
love
the
this
smell
guy.
of you because none of you have showered.
No.
Okay, so you were just in the crowd basically calling them spoiled Americans. Why?
These are a bunch of truthfully spoiled Americans who live in one of the most materialistically successful countries in the world.
And they
they're
still
out here
bitch.
supporting a regime, not the Iranian people, a regime that weaponizes rape and murder against civilians in another country.
Dude, this guy's spitting
There's no
facts.
connection to any of these people. None of them are Iranian. None of them, as far as I can see, are
Oh, hell no.
Palestinian. These are American kids who woke up one day, maybe learned a little bit of questionable history on TikTok, and now
They hate him because he is so correct. TikTok leftist historians.
Now they chose this as something to build a fake identity around because they feel guilty that they're bored. I don't know.
Are you from the
I
Middle
love
East?
this guy.
I am. I grew up in America, but my family is Israeli of Lebanese Jewish background. My family never left the Middle East. We are
So you got family in the Middle East, man, and then you had this one guy just went completely off on these leftist protesters who are literally supporting a oppressive regime that hates freedom, hates women's rights, hates gay rights, definitely. Yet these leftists are out there simping for him just because it's something negative for Trump.
You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Yes. You're a fucking moron. And all you retarded idiots here are fucking brain dead.
Yes, get him. Get him. Let's go make these lefties piss. Oh, and he's a lone soldier. Brave, man. You gotta get laid.
You're okay. You're just so fucking stupid. No, you're just dumb. I'm amazed how dumb you are.
I love this dude. What's the little leftist boy gonna do? Back up, bro. And he's trying to say some shit behind his back. Too scared, he could already see.
You're all dumbasses.
You're a pussy.
Oh my God. We are done with the And this city's taxing you and falling apart. And you
Oh, look at this old little liberal lady. This old liberal lady is probably trying to smash.
Yeah, you're all dumbasses.
Oh, he grabbed her sign. Oh, she's flirting. She's flirting. She's flirting. She's flirting with him at that point. You're letting him grab the sign and all that. Hilarious. But this dude really, and this guy is Iranian, goes off on these libs. I mean, this one had me getting chills,
You guys
bro.
want to take this for Gaza and Hamas and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Neither of you have lived under the Islamic Republic tyranny that you guys are talking about the death of one single woman that have came in front of an ICE agent, a
Ooh, Renee,
police.
good.
And you guys are talking about, you guys have human rights. You guys have everything that you need in your life. We have been taken, our lives have been taken away from us. You guys
Tell
have
him.
everything, and you
Tell
guys
him.
once have one president in your country that wants the best for the people of America that have built the land for 250 years. America has a right to have a country. America has a right to have a country as much as Iranians have a right to have a country.
We now have
Wow, this guy, man, just I bet you no leftist wants to step up and argue with him. They only want to just, they like these Iranians when they hate America, but when they start saying the real shit, what they really believe, that they love freedom, then they don't want to hear what they have to
So
say.
God bless America. We love America. We respect the flag. This is our second flag. Our first flag is the flag of United States of America. God bless
Let's go,
America.
brother.
God bless all of you. God bless our army, our navy, and whoever participating in this. And I pray in the name of Jesus, all of you guys to come back home safe. And again, we love you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. God bless America, and we love the flag of this.
Oh, bro, I bet you this clip alone, Iranian saying he loves America, has people like Ilhan Omar shaking in their boots right now.
All Iranians voted for Donald Trump. When he got shot, we were all praying for him.
Woo!
We voted for him both
Me too,
terms.
sister.
In Iran, people of Iran are renaming their streets. They're printing out Trump Street because even the people in Iran love Trump so much.
Oh, man, Iranian women loving Trump. This guy got into it with some libs. Iranian trying to tell them the facts.
More Iranians than any other regime. We are the people of Iran. We want the freedom of
Europe.
You're puppet regime. You're puppet. You are a puppet. You're a puppet. You are an idiot. You're an idiot.
Bro, I'm going to chime in here, bro. Look at this. It's a bunch of white people telling and one Iranian by himself how he should feel. Bunch of white people telling the brown guy how he should feel. And you think that you speak for these people? Give me a fucking break.
Excuse me. Who's an idiot? Want your own country, boy. Who's an idiot? We want. Who's an idiot? We want that. Sorry? We want that. He called me an idiot. Okay, you did it before.
Wow.
He called me an idiot.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You literally, he's calling him an idiot because he supports what Trump is doing right now to help free the Iranian people. So crazy that, like, wouldn't you be slightly curious as a white guy? And I'm not even a race guy. I think whatever race you are, you should be able to talk about whatever you want. But wouldn't you be slightly curious what an Iranian thinks about the situation?
Oh, can you understand that?
Instead, they want to talk over the Iranian guy and tell him what he should feel. I would want to listen to the dude who actually has family and is from that country.
Guys, did you know that white liberal college student knows more about Islam than an individual that had to escape the Islamic Revolution in Iran and come to America? And did you know that white liberal college student knows more about communism than an individual who was born in a communist country like me and whose family was prosecuted by the communists? Oh my God, these people are so knowledgeable. And did you know that white liberal college student knows more about the European healthcare system than an individual who was raised there, who has a citizenship, who went to school there, and contributed to taxes, and actually went to a doctor's in Europe? Me. I mean, these people, it's really incredible. I mean, who cares about my babushka who was put into Stalin's camps at 10 years old and starving? Because there's nothing that the white liberal college student doesn't know, because their credential is $200,000 in student loan debt.
I know they got student loan debt, or mommy and daddy paid for their college. They've been an adult for like 3 years. They're 21. They've never had a job, but they know more about your own country than you. Yeah, right.
CNN and some fake news, I don't know.
Yeah, because Trump is bad.
Like Christmas. We are so happy here. It's 47 years, all the Iranian. We've never been, you know, in the history, we've never been Muslim. We are not, and we won't be. And it's the biggest threat every country can face to it. And
she's speaking out against Islam.
I want to say we are so happy. We are kicking out the mullahs, and we will take back our monarchy and our dignity.
Ooh, Ilhan Omar is shaking in her boots, baby. Iranian women celebrating the end of the supreme leader.
Mr. President, thank you so much. The best president of the United States by far in history.
I love seeing this.
We love you, Mr. President.
Look at Trump with the Iranian flag and an American flag. That's what it's all about, bro. It's like a unity. Wow, love seeing the people celebrate. And this is so funny, man. You got the leftists on one side saying that you should be pissed off, saying that you should be unhappy. Meanwhile, we have all these Iranians boogieing it down, having a grand old time celebrating what Trump is doing overseas. They're making fun of the liberal protesters who are supposed to be crying. That's why they did that little cry in the beginning. So great to see, man.
Trump. You can't imagine how we are appreciate our country, our people. I'm really appreciate. We love you. Thank you, Mr. President Trump. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Mr. President Trump. Trump killed Khamenei. I'm so happy. Thanks, Trump. Thanks, Trump. You are the best man in the world. I love you, Trump.
I want to have a big thank.
Wow, so we saw that guy earlier, but don't let these leftists trick you into thinking that, you know, these Iranians hate what Trump's doing overseas. This is beautiful to see, man. Great to see these liberals getting owned by true Iranians. Subscribe to me, Sanity Squad, for more content and more daily videos, man.
So how Israel had tracked down the Ayatollah Khamenei's secret compound. Here we go. Let's watch it.
How did the CIA and Mossad manage to track down the Iranian Supreme Leader's secret compound? It all started around 8 in the morning. CIA tracked some high-level Iranian leaders at this building right in the heart of Tehran. U.S. intelligence shared a critical tip with their Israeli counterparts. For months, they've been quietly hacking into Iranian communication channels using Space Force low-orbit satellites.
This is what they think they're gonna beat. They're gonna beat. Oh my God.
Satellites. But pulling off a strike isn't that simple. In the first wave, they had to neutralize a larger number of Iran's anti-air defense systems.
Yeah, of course.
This critical step cleared the airspace for a massive strike force of around 200 Israeli jets. But this area is highly fortified, so how do you destroy a deeply buried target like this? While they use
Drop a
bunker
bunch of
busters,
bombs on top of each other.
their delayed fuses punch through deep concrete before detonating. This is part one. How exactly did Israel...
This is what they did last year too. Is they just dropped one of them, and then after they got like halfway through, they just dropped another one right on top of it.
Israel and the United States managed to assassinate one of the most heavily protected men on the planet. The answer? An unprecedented joint operation. For months, the CIA and elite Israeli units waged a shadowy...
I feel like the truth is that like those other people, they don't really realize how advanced the intelligence and technology that the U.S. and Israel has. I don't think they have any idea. And that's why they just get completely blown out every time.
The intelligence war. Using a web of surveillance satellites, intercepted comms, and human spies, they mapped Ayatollah Khamenei's every move in absolute secrecy. Utilizing a sophisticated web of low-Earth orbit surveillance satellites, intercepted encrypted communications, and highly placed human assets deep within the regime, they painstakingly mapped...
There he is! Oh no!
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's every movement, security protocol, and daily pattern.
Well, this is the thing, is remember people were saying that like there's no way they're going to be able to find out where this guy is? And like meanwhile, they were tracking him the entire time. And I think actually what happened is that one of the people probably inside roached out on him. That's what I'm assuming actually happened.
The vulnerability, the Pasteur Street Summit. The critical breakthrough came when American intelligence identified a fleeting yet massive vulnerability, a highly classified morning summit. Top-tier Iranian military commanders, security advisors, and political officials were converging on the heavily guarded Pasteur Street compound in the heart of central Tehran. Shielded by layers of urban infrastructure, elite guard details, and what they believed was an impenetrable umbrella of state-of-the-art air defenses. Like the homegrown Baver missiles as well, the S-400 radar system located all over the city. The leadership gathered in a...
It's kind of crazy that, like, this is the same thing that happened in Venezuela. They thought they had what they needed, and it was not even close.
False sense of absolute security. Here comes part two. How many aircrafts were involved in taking out a single target? The focal point of the operation was Beit Rabari, Khamenei's highly secure official residence and centralized office compound located in the heart of downtown Tehran. While they used around 200 aircrafts, the localized strike on Beit Rabari was the anchor of a massive, flawlessly synchronized aerial campaign. Flew all the way from Israel with flying oil tankers, the largest military flyover in its history. The Israeli Air Force deployed an armada of approximately 200 fighter jets equipped with GPS bunker buster bombs.
What? Wait, what?
Tankers, the largest military flyover in its history. The Israeli Air Force deployed an armada of approximately 200 fighter jets equipped with GPS bunker buster bombs.
What the fuck? They flew everything over there? I guess. Holy shit.
As stated, he was actually occupying a shallower subterranean facility, the free-falling guided bomb, which the IDF deployed as the munitions. It easily pierced the earth and reinforced concrete, triggering a catastrophic collapse of the entire underground structure. According to leaked Israeli intelligence reports, exactly 30 heavy munitions were dropped directly onto the Supreme Leader's compound to guarantee total structural failure.
And y'all saw those photos, bro. Like, that shit was deleted.
Obliterating such targets relies on specialized bunker buster munitions equipped with delayed action fuses, allowing them to physically penetrate deep into the ground and concrete before detonating. As a dedicated specialized squadron delivered the 30 bunker busters directly to Khamenei's compound, the rest of the armada operated simultaneously across Iranian airspace. They dropped hundreds of munitions to cripple over 500 targets, instantly blinding critical air defenses and neutralizing ballistic missile silos.
Oh, damn.
Here comes part 3, and this is Iran's mistake. How the Iranian made a very big mistake to protect its leader. Because he was occupying a shallower subterranean facility.
I'm going to be real. I don't think that they could have done anything to protect this guy. I really don't. Like, I don't think that there is ever a world where he doesn't get blown up. Like, it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, they tried to put the nuclear stuff underground. We blew up the mountain. They tried to have 1 million fucking missile systems. We blew up the missile systems. Like, there's nothing they could pray. Yeah.
Deployed munitions easily pierced the earth and reinforced concrete, triggering a catastrophic collapse of the entire
Just like
underground
Nasrallah?
structure.
Yep.
Intelligence sources later revealed a critical tactical flaw in his positioning. He was not sheltering in one of the compound's 2 deepest maximum security bunkers facilities that would have required the heaviest, highly specialized U.S. ordnance to crack. If he had switched places...
So you're telling me they knew exactly where he was at, even inside of the building? Holy shit. They bunker bombed him with bunker busters? He's dead in every timeline? Yeah.
He would have been at least safe.
Jesus.
And here is part 4, how many were exactly killed. While the complete list of eliminated targets
40,
is still
right?
undergoing global intelligence assessment.
Yeah.
The strike successfully decapitated Iran's operational leadership in a single devastating blow. Killed alongside Khamenei were top-tier military figures, most notably Major General Mohammad Pakpour, the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, and top national security advisor Ali Shamkhani. Tragically, the blast also claimed the lives of several of Khamenei's family members who were present.
No surprise there.
But the first wave with 200 jets and U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles did not just hit his compound. The U.S. cruise missiles was the one to take out anti-air defense system, while the 200 IDF jets took out the Iranian leadership. All in all, U.S.
I didn't know they had all that happening at the same time. That's fucking insane. I thought they just dropped the bombs on him.
Israeli forces struck
Don't bring your kids to a military meeting. That's actually a good idea. I think you're right.
approximately 2,900 targets across Iran, according to U.S. Central Command, in just one day. Reports suggest the CIA allegedly penetrated Iranian communications by bombarding them with spam calls, jump calls, and online breaches. This data doesn't just result in spam and scam attempts. It can also affect your insurance rates and ultimately will lead into a loan denial just when you might need credit.
Yep.
Incogni helps protect your privacy by regularly scanning and preventing data brokers from re-uploading your information.
I gotta be honest, this is one of the best ads I've seen.
Also get a
This is
clear
a really good
real-time dashboard to track the status of your data.
This is a crazy ad.
As an add-on with Incogni Unlimited
Insane
plans,
ad.
you can gain access to this
I didn't even
custom
know it
removal
was an
tool.
ad.
That's where Incogni comes in. Copy the link of any site exposing your information.
Yeah.
Go to the custom removals tool, paste the link, and click submit. That's it. Then wait about 30 to 45 days, and just like that, your data is removed. So take your personal data back with Incogni. Use code AITELLY with the link below incogni.com/AITELLY and get 60% off on an annual plan. But what weapon was used to penetrate layers of concrete? Well, they have this bunker buster bomb. It has a laser sensor at the front, and just behind that are adjustable fins. In the midsection, there is a warhead that weighs approximately 650 pounds containing tritonal explosive.
What the hell is
This
that?
is a mixture of 80% TNT and 20% aluminum powder. Finally, we have the retractable fins at the rear. To give you a better sense of its size, comparing it to a person can be helpful. The casing has a length of approximately 19 feet long, which translates to around 5 meters. This section is made of an artillery
And the
barrel.
thing is that if you think this is big, the one that they dropped last, like this is like, these are the small ones. Like the United States bombs, they said 650 pounds. The bombs they dropped on the nuclear facilities last year were, I think, 30,000 pounds. Like, they're fucking insane. So like this was like nothing. Like these are the small ones. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Relax. Calm down. We're back. Okay.
which is very strong and has a diameter of 14.5 inches, which translates to around 37 centimeters, making it relatively narrow.
Oh.
They intentionally made the smaller cross-sectional area. This means the bomb displaces less material, whether earth or concrete, as it penetrates layers of reinforced bunkers
that makes sense.
or building.
I mean, they want it to
thus
go as
allowing
far
it to
down as
travel
possible,
further
right?
To almost 100 meters.
Yeah, it seems kind of obvious.
At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary 6-story residential building, complete with a solar paneled roof. However, there's more to this structure than meets the eye.
So it looks like all the other buildings, but it's like heavily reinforced to make people like think that that's not the one that it is.
What makes this building particularly noteworthy is its underground basement,
Yeah,
which is
see that?
rumored to contain a network of tunnels. These
like the rats they are. But they got exterminated nonetheless.
tunnels are believed
Fuck
to
'em.
serve as emergency escape routes,
Yep.
adding to the site's strategic importance. We've put together a few
They
different
tried.
scenarios to help you better understand the IDF's assassination
did.
tactics.
They tried.
The CIA and IDF would employ spies and agent to gain information on a high-value target. With a clear line of sight, the operative waits for confirmation that the high-value target has arrived at the meeting point. This target reportedly arrived at underground headquarters in the southern suburbs for a meeting with several top leaders. The tip-off was allegedly received by Israeli officials on the afternoon of Saturday, September 27th.
Ooh. So it was like one day before?
A fighter jet was expected to target and illuminate the building using its laser targeting pod, focusing on one of the specific buildings.
Okay.
Subsequently, a dozen of F-15 jets dropped not one but 80 bombs of various types. The tip of the spear would have been the bunker buster bomb that can penetrate through this 6-story building, leveling all 6 structures to the ground and in the
I didn't know they were that big. I thought it was like a 1 or a 2-story building. Holy fuck.
process eliminating Hassan Nasrallah in the action. Let's consider scenario 2. If an Iranian spy had not assisted the IDF, a Mossad agent or soldier might have been nearby,
Yeah,
confirming
sure.
Nasrallah's location or possibly illuminating the target with a
Yeah, that's what's happened is that there was like this interview with these Iranian guys is that they tried to make a group that was supposed to catch all of the Mossad spies in the government, but then they found out that the group was full of Mossad spies, and so I think they just shut it down.
ground-based laser. In this case, GPS coordinates would have been transmitted to the IDF. Once ready,
Didn't work out that
F-15
well for
jets
him.
would have dropped around 80 bombs of different types, leveling the entire 6-building complex.
Yeah.
The reason for dropping so many bombs was to ensure the elimination of a high-value target like Hassan Nasrallah.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the collateral damage resulted in a significant number of innocent civilian
That
casualties,
was the leader of Hezbollah.
a tragic cost associated with this operation. And finally, we have
Yeah,
scenario
thank you.
3, which is the most likely. Hacking Hezbollah's communication system for the last 5 years to intercept encrypted messages without deploying any agents into Lebanon
That's
or Beirut.
insane.
Upon learning that the Hezbollah leader had arrived at the building, an F-15 fighter jets flew and dropped barrage of bombs, eliminating the entire leadership inside the underground
damn.
bunker. Out of the 80 bombs used, the IDF also deployed the Mark 82 weapon,
What's
the Bunker
this?
Buster, and the GBU-39,
Oh, yeah.
which were part of a purchase valued at around $3 billion from the U.S.
Wait, we got $3 billion though, right? Like it's not like we didn't just give that to them, did we? Like you know, like we got the money for this, didn't we?
Let's
did?
take a
Oh,
look
okay.
at how this works.
Good.
Step 1.
Okay.
First, a laser is used to illuminate the target,
Yeah.
or GPS guidance is already assigned to it. Step 2. An F-15 jet flies near the illuminated target and the bomb is released. Step 3. Once the bomb is dropped, the guidance system at the front connects with the tail and fins. This enables the bomb to make precise adjustments, guiding it accurately to its target.
Man.
Step 4. As mentioned, this is a bunker buster bomb designed to penetrate around 6 meters of reinforced concrete bunkers and can travel
I
up
saw
to
this on
100
TikTok.
feet of
Oh,
soft
yeah?
ground or buildings. Step 5. In the past, the GBU-28 has been equipped with a delay fuse like this one.
Yeah, this is the one that like they couldn't penetrate the nuclear facilities with these, which is why we bombed them last year. And so they were actually, I don't know what they were thinking, not doing something that was even more like secure than that.
Allowing it to detonate after penetrating its target, rather than exploding on impact. The bomb contains 700 pounds of TNT, which generates a blast radius of several hundred meters.
Jesus.
Quite significant
Holy
for a
fuck.
bomb of this size.
That's huge.
As an engineering channel, we will also look into how these Mark
Is there
80
high
and
pressure about
82
using
series
nukes?
of weapon can
Yeah.
be turned into a guided bomb. When released, it falls just like a normal dumb weapon. As stated, the bomb can be fitted with a nose fuse, a tail fuse, or both simultaneously. Upon hitting the ground, the frontal fuse activates, burning the fuse conduit from the front to the back, thus creating a huge explosion. The alternative option is using the tail fuse FMU-139. This is usually used for delayed action and is set by the pilot. When it hits the target, the weight of the bomb
I was
will
always sad that we didn't get to see the video of that happening. Like, I would have loved to have seen one of those bombs in action and actually see it happen. Like, next time Trump uses those, he should, like, set up cameras ahead of time so people can watch it. Like, that'd be a crazy video to react to.
penetrate the concrete surface of
I
a
think it should do
building,
that.
the fuse
Like the kill
activates
cam?
and the
Yeah.
conduit rod, which creates the 5
Like
seconds as programmed.
Yeah.
This can create a lot of damage considering its small $4,000 price tag. We also
That's
made a
it?
deep dive into the
Damn.
sea, air, and land components of the nuclear triad.
Damn.
So subscribe for more videos to not miss a beat.
I didn't know that. Holy shit. Yeah, okay. Well, way too classified, but that would be cool. Yeah, you should live stream it. I mean, I feel like you could at least get us like one of them, right? I mean, damn. And I'll link you guys this video. I mean, I love these videos. He's the same guy, I'm pretty sure, that made AI Tally. Let me see. I will subscribe and like the video. Make sure to do it. And watch the main video. Which one? The main video of like how they started attacking? Yeah, I guess I could watch that one too. I don't know really what that is. I haven't seen it at all. Might be a test videos of that bunker buster. Yeah, I'll go and take a look at it. Is that the other one? Let me go and double check. So, Jesus, why is it doing that? What is the light messed up? Okay, is this it here? I think this is it. Okay, I'll look at this one too, because I didn't know anything about this. Yeah, the Fern video? I don't know what that is. The sub sank a U.S. carrier? Oh, no! Oh, no, guys! Wait a minute. Wait, another AI carrier got shut down? That's crazy. Oh, my God. The school was hit during bombing of the base. What is this here? This is something else. Oh, boy. Holy fuck. And I'm just making sure there's nothing else that I missed out on, right, before anything else goes down. What is the rest of this? No, confronted the burned reality. Oh, the fucking Somalian shit, too. Watch Fern. I don't know what Fern is. I don't know what you're referring to or what you're talking about. So, channel name is Fern. Let me look at this. Fern. If it's a short video, I'll watch it. Oh, this? Well, we already saw this. Like, I don't need to watch another one that just happened, right? I mean, that's really cool, and maybe I'll watch it later on. But we literally just got done watching a video on this, so I'll look at this other one, okay? And this is how I guess they got everything set up. They sunk 4 out of our 2 carriers that were in the area. Wait, so they spawned in 2 additional aircraft carriers so they could destroy them too? That's terrible.
How did the US and Israel launch a preemptive strike against Iran? Well, they used a devastating tactic called time on target. With 2 aircraft carriers
What
and
is that? Does that just mean they're going to go blow them up?
fleet of destroyers, they calculated the exact math so Israeli jets and US cruise missiles hit their marks at the exact same second. Israel's main goal is assassinating Khamenei and the top leadership, while the US pounded military targets and other high-value industry. But why did Iranian air defenses fail to activate? Because the US...
Because they were Russian. They were Russian and Chinese. They got them from China. These are like China's old ones. All right, here you go, guys. Have fun.
Fights with a different kind of technology using electronic warfare from space, sea, and air. They completely blinded the Iranian radar just as destroyers launched a swarm of cruise missiles to wipe out the anti-air systems. But wait, the war is still not over. Iran still has thousands of ballistic missiles missiles and drones, so they hit American and Middle East allied bases, and right now, almost everyone is an open target.
Everybody's a target for Iran. I mean, I'm waiting to hear that Iran attacks China. I think that there's at least a 20% chance Iran fires a missile at China. How do I know that? Because they're retarded.
On February 28, 2026, the United States...
I mean, I tried to hit Turkey. Not going to happen? I mean, you could have said that about Turkey, though.
Israel launched a major coordinated military offensive against Iran. Israeli officials have called their offensive operation Roar the Lion. While the U.S. operation has been referred to as Operation Epic Fury, the message behind the Israel and U.S. strike was clear. This wasn't just a show of force. This was a targeted move to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran. As stated, this wasn't just a random...
I don't think they really give a fuck about the supreme leader, honestly. I think they probably just did that to demoralize him. I think the real reason why, obviously, they're doing it is because these guys are trying to fucking build bombs and funding people that kill us. I mean, like, that's the real reason.
Military strike.
It's kind of obvious.
The ultimate target was the supreme leader's own compound.
Yep.
Missiles dialed in on highly sensitive areas. We're talking specifically around University Street, the Jamhuri district, and near Pasteur Street. If you know the layout of Tehran, you know exactly...
My dad went on a rant that Iran should have been attacked near Bush's were president. I think that we should have a much larger conversation about stomping this stuff out before it becomes problematic. The moment that one of these countries seems to be like hostile or problematic, I think that we should just go in immediately and blow them up. Like, rather than waiting for them to consolidate power for like 5 years, just like the moment that, like, you know, it's like, you know, I don't like this. Like, man, just blow them up.
Exactly what this means. This zone isn't just another neighborhood.
So the UK?
It is the absolute nerve center
I
of the
didn't say
Iranian
Canada.
government. It houses the primary day-to-day offices of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
What do you mean?
But here's the catch. The IDF says they got him. An Iranian military says Khamenei was not inside his offices when the missiles actually made an impact.
Of course.
The strike may have leveled the compound, but the target slipped away. And right now, the entire region is holding its breath waiting to see what happens next.
Yeah.
But reports says Israel says Khamenei's body has been found and he's confirmed dead.
How about that?
Listen, that first wave, it didn't hold back, not even a little. We're talking about a perfectly synchronized, overwhelming assault. The entire goal was to blind and cripple the regime all at once. First, they hit Karaj, just completely ripping through their critical industrial and aerospace hubs. Then, Tehran, the capital, rocked. Any illusion of safety they had was just completely shattered. They didn't stop there. They struck Qom, sending absolute shockwaves right through the ideological heart of the country. And if you follow this stuff, you know exactly how heavily fortified that area is. Over in the west, missiles literally rained down on Kermanshah.
North Korea said they'll sell a nuke to Iran. Sure they will.
They neutralized those launch sites before the operators could even think about powering up their radars. And then there's Isfahan, the absolute crown jewel of their nuclear and drone programs. Heavily defended, didn't matter, it just lit up the night sky. But how did the US and Israel actually pull off a preemptive strike on Iran? First of all, look at this map. To make this happen, they didn't just rely on local land bases. They brought two massive floating cities right to Iran's doorstep. Down in the
That was the thing, is I remember whenever those aircraft carriers were on the way over to Iran, I mean, everybody should have known what was going to happen. Like, at this point, it's like, oh, geez, guys, I wonder.
Caribbean Sea, you've got the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group bearing down on the south and east.
Nobody knows.
And over in the eastern Mediterranean, the biggest, newest ship, USS Gerald R. Ford. While Israeli jets flew all the way across the Middle East to reach Iranian airspace, timing was absolutely critical. The moment those IDF jets reached their marks, the missiles were released. And that brings us to the most terrifying, complicated part of this entire operation, the synchronization. Military planners rely on a tactic called time on target. Look at this map.
Yeah.
You have missiles firing from submarines, cruise missiles launching from escort ships, and massive payload drops from stealth bombers. They're all deploying from completely different locations at entirely different times.
I'm going to be honest. I bet this is probably really easy to set up. I think they're making this out like this is really complicated. Like, if they know how fast it's going to go, you just calculate this in like 3 seconds.
But here is the genius of
Like,
it.
I mean, these are like questions that you get in like 8th grade, like math.
The U.S. military machine was mathematically choreographed so everything impacted Kairaj,
Yes, it's so
Tehran,
great, yeah.
Qom, Kermanshah, and Isfahan at the exact same second the Israeli jets dropped their guided bombs. It was designed to be a total systemic shock and explodes at the same time.
Gotcha, bitch.
A move to collapse the regime instantly. When those munitions finally hit, it was pure shock and awe. But why did the Iranian air defenses fail to activate? Well, to put it simply, the U.S. military operates in a completely different league. Using a highly advanced mix of electronic warfare and cyber operations.
What did we just turn it off again?
Coordinated from space to the ground, the coalition was able to inject false data directly into Iranian radar screens. Top-tier Iranian air defense systems, like their homegrown Baver and their Russian-supplied batteries, were absolutely overwhelmed by this electronic assault.
They just
But to
turned it off? Yeah.
Actually hunt them down, the U.S. set a brilliant trap. They launched hundreds of ABM-160 MALDs, miniature air-launched decoys, to a panicked Iranian radar operator staring at a chaotic screen.
So they tried the Pearl Harbor strat. It actually worked.
These tiny drones look exactly like a massive squadron of A-15s or
Man.
F-16s screaming toward the capital. With the door kicked wide open, 5th-generation stealth fighters, including both U.S. and Israeli F-35s with possible F-22 Raptors, sliced through the airspace completely undetected. Ultimately, the Iranian air defense network wasn't just suppressed. It was completely dismantled, at least for the time period.
Seems that way.
Because the Iranian do have a huge firepower. Tehran has fired back. In Operation Truthful Promise 4, a massive wave of missiles and drones just targeted...
You telling me they ran out of names and they're just giving them sequel numbers? Truthful... I mean, I feel like the fact that you have to have Truthful Promise 4 implies that you need to come up with a new name, because if it was such a truthful promise, you wouldn't need 4 of them. I mean, am I really like... Am I the only person that's seeing this? Yeah, apparently it's not as truthful and as much of a promise as you thought.
U.S. bases in Israel. Here's the
Unsink-
fallout. The UAE...
Yeah, unsinkable too. What happened to the first one? It sunk.
UAE's Al Dhafar Air Base was hit, leaving one dead from shrapnel.
Shit.
In Bahrain, the U.S. Navy's
Gotta
5th
make
Fleet
another
HQ
one.
was directly targeted. Qatar's air defenses successfully
This time I
wiped out
actually promise,
incoming
yeah.
missiles, while Kuwait locked down
This
its
time for
entire
sure.
airspace under heavy fire. Meanwhile, nationwide sirens are blasting across Israel, with
How can we
massive
watch
mid-air
this?
interceptions lighting up the skies over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. If you don't want your phone and emails to get compromised like that, you should get this military-grade
You've got
VPN.
sequels are worse than the originals.
Think of Surfshark VPN as your frontline defense.
I mean, I actually think that the bombing that they did last year was actually a lot more effective than this year. I feel like last year they did way better bombing. This time it was like, I guess that's the Goy beam, right? They add that into the arsenal and everything's changed.
It scans and detects threats, alerting you to thousands of dangerous emails.
Yeah, like now
You
they
can
know.
use this web content blocker. All you do is enter the phone's information, pick the types of websites you'd like to block, and then save it. That's it. Your children is protected from any
Are there golden
inappropriate or
ships in the
dangerous
Golden
content.
Fleet? I don't think
Beyond
so.
that, it includes a robust antivirus software to shield your devices from viruses, malware, and tracking by ads, bots, or third parties. Finally, with
They were
Surfshark
firing
VPN,
retaliation
a
last
single
now-
subscription covers
last year
not
they
just you,
initiate?
but also your
Yeah,
friends
maybe.
or even your entire city if you wanted.
I just feel like they would
Go
have
to
popped
our
off
link
way harder this year.
surfshark.com/AITelly.
I was
By
actually-
buying
I'm
through the
surprised it
promo
wasn't
link,
as
you will
much.
get 4 extra months free, assured by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But how did Israel manage to fly all the way to Iran? At 9 in the morning, Israel
With a
launched
jet.
more than a dozen aircraft.
I knew
But
it.
it's a complicated process.
I fucking knew
They
it.
have to navigate or entirely bypass the airspace of neighboring countries like Syria and Iraq. To avoid hostile air defenses, defense analysts estimate the actual...
I don't think that's what happened. I bet Syria and Iraq let them do it. That's what I think probably happened. Like, I don't think these people are, like, really allies with Iran. That's logically what it was. Because, like, didn't the guy al-Shara from Syria, didn't he say today that, like, they were against Iran anyway? I'm pretty sure he said that straight out.
Flight distance to reach central Iran is between 930 and 1,000.
Yeah, he did. I don't know if the Iraq definitely not. Iraq is? I don't know. Syria is definitely against Iran. Yeah, bro. Trump didn't invite him to the White House for nothing, man.
240 miles each way. Although this routes may seem straightforward, they'd involve complex planning, including calculations for air refueling and coordinating attack aircraft to pass through Jordan, Syria, and Iraq.
Syria hates Iran big time.
Israel and U.S. strategy was to attack Iran in 3 waves. The first wave targeted surface air-to-air sites, radar installations, and Iran's air defense headquarters in Tehran, Elam, and Khuzestan. The second wave focused on destroying ballistic missiles, and finally, the third wave targeted military manufacturing industries. Kicking down the door. The attack begins not with manned aircraft, but with robotic precision from the sea. The goal is simple: blind the enemy's eyes, their radars, and silence their voice, their command and
shut
control.
down all their shit.
In the Persian Gulf and the Northern Arabian Sea, Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, ships like the USS Thomas Hudner, receive the launch order. The vertical launch system sells his open, and moments later, dozens of Tomahawk land attack missiles erupt from the decks. These missiles fly at subsonic speeds, humming the terrain in what we call nap of the earth flight to stay below the radar horizon.
So are those the ones that we saw on that ship that were just like flying right by?
They are programmed to loiter and strike simultaneously. Their warheads slam into S-300 and S-400 radar sites and command bunkers. They degrade the integrated air defense system, effectively carving out safe corridors for the pilots who are minutes behind them. 30 minutes past H hour, while the Tomahawks are still impacting, the silver bullets of the U.S. Air Force are already deep inside hostile airspace. These are the B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. With the air defense network fractured by Tomahawk cruise missiles.
I'm telling y'all, like, the moment that they bring in the next, like, at a certain point, like, if there's another conflict, it would be crazy if they unveiled like another one that's like even more like farther beyond that.
Usually
like, you know,
fired
they
from
have that
destroyers
shit.
hundreds of miles away. The path is now clear. Now comes the strategic
did?
sites like
I
nuclear
haven't seen it.
bunkers, which can be
The
bombed by
P3?
B-2 Spirit, the tip of the spear. Launching from bases in Jordan and the UAE, squadrons of F-15
B-21,
strike
I already
Eagles
saw that.
roar into the theater.
That's like
These are
just
the
a
bomb
smaller and
trucks
more
of the
cost-effective
operation.
version, I thought.
Each F-15 is heavily laden with GDMs and small diameter bombs. Interestingly, it can carry up to 19 GDAMs or 28 small diameter weapons. While the B-2s hit the deep bunkers,
It's
the
a replacement
F-15s
for it?
hunt
Yeah.
the mobile targets. Their 80 SA radars scan the ground for ballistic missile launchers hiding in valleys. Working in pairs, they drop
So
precision
it's like a vacuum cleaner.
bombs on missile convoys, hangars, and
Yeah.
secondary command nodes. Once they are Winchester, out of ammo or low on fuel, they don't go home yet. They connect to this tanker common launch tube that fits into almost any aircraft's existing fuel hatch. They
I'm
retreat
gonna
to
be
the
real. Like, I actually think this is like one of the coolest fucking things. It's like how they can refuel in the air. Like, that to me is fucking nuts.
those tanker tracks established in Phase 1.
Like, I feel
taking
like
on
that's
thousands
like
of
more impressive than the fact that they have a jet.
pounds of jet
Air
fuel
refueling
in
is
midair
wild. Yeah,
before
like,
turning
what the
back for a
fuck?
second sortie. 2 hours past H hour. To sustain the pressure, the U.S. Navy's floating air bases enter the fight. Cruising in the Arabian Sea, a carrier strike group turns into the wind. Steam and electromagnetic catapults begin launching aircraft every 30 seconds. FA-18 Super Hornets launch carrying anti-radiation
Electromagnetic catapult. So I'm assuming that there's like some sort of like powered electrical system that's underneath this that they activate, kind of like cascading, that helps the jet go faster. That's a magnet. Okay, it's a magnet, right? Okay.
missiles. Their job is DAD.
I didn't know they
destruction of
used that,
enemy air
honestly.
defenses. They are hunting down any surviving radar operators foolish enough to turn their systems on. Meanwhile, F-35 Sea Lightning push forward to gather intelligence and strike high-threat
Fucking
targets
magnets, how they work.
that
It's a
the older
miracle.
jets cannot reach. Orbiting far behind them are the E-2D Hawkeyes, the quarterbacks in the sky, managing the massive traffic of hundreds of U.S. jets. By sunrise, the first wave is over. The eyes of the enemy air defense have been blinded by Tomahawks. The heart of the nuclear program has been crushed by B-2s, and the limbs of the missile forces have been severed by F-15 and carrier aircraft. We make original videos.
If this
from
is actually as big of a blowout as they're making it out to be, I don't know, why are they still going? Like, what do you think is gonna happen?
scratch. So please do subscribe and hit the
Yeah,
notification
this is great.
bell
These
for more
videos are great. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know. The B2, I guess, right? And it's like playing Total War Iran. Well, it's like playing Total War Iran, and like you're fighting against like the cavemen, basically, right? I mean, that's it.
This block can be used as a standalone block, as a snatch block, as a stanchion block, as a sheave block, and because it's stackable, it can be combined into a 2-to-1 or a 4-to-1 or a 6-to-1, whatever is required. In this video, I'm going to show you why I felt the need to create this, why it can't be patented, and how you can get some for yourself. In our sailboats, we have dozens of blocks, and it looks like they are all different. And in order to have redundancy, we have to carry a huge stock of blocks just for when one of them breaks. This line right here is what furls our mainsail in, and usually there's a block right here. If this block breaks, I'm going to have to take this line through all of the blocks, and failure never happens during the day when the seas are calm. It's always in a blow during the night, so that's a lot of work. Last year, a 3-way block decided to explode on me. It dropped its balls all over the deck. And of course, it was one that I didn't have a replacement for. And of course, we were far away from everything. Well, right then and there, I decided I had to create something that would allow me to replace any block when it fails. This is what I came up with. Before I show you how I made this and how it works, we need to address something important. I've been developing this for months, and naturally, my friends asked me, are you going to patent it? And the answer is no. Actually, quite the opposite. I'm giving it away to the sailing community. By making this video, I am ensuring that no one can patent this, not even me. In the world of intellectual property, this is called defensive publication. By putting the design, the mechanics, the function of this block into the public domain right now, I am creating prior art. This video is proof that the invention already exists and it belongs to the sailing community, so that a big company can't patent this tomorrow and then come after us. I never ever ask this on my videos, but this time it's important. If you can share this video with your friends or your sailing community, that would be amazing. I am making the technical drawings available to everyone, so if you want to make your own, you are very welcome. And if you're a big company and you want to start manufacturing this, maybe send me a case of beer. For the sheave, I decided to use polyamide 6/6. It's a type of nylon. Sometimes it's referred to as the titanium of plastics. I chose this material because it's practically indestructible. It has very low coefficient of drag against the aluminum or aluminium and gets tougher with water. What I mean is, as it's kept humid, it becomes less stiff but more impact resistant, which is perfect for this application. And it's self-lubricating. Nobody likes a squeaky block keeping you up at night when you're off watch. The only drawback? It is one of the most, if not the most expensive polymer available. Okay, let's test the sheave we just made. And to test it, I'm gonna hit it with a hammer. Yeah, I'm hitting it as hard as I can. We have damage, of course, where the hammer hit, but it did not break. Now, one of the cool things about nylon, it's that this is basically the same thing they use to make fishing line. So it's super, super elastic. Oops, it popped out of the vise there. Let's put it back into the vise. So even if you put a lot of pressure, it popped out of the vise again. But you get the point. Even if you put a hell of a lot of pressure, it's not going to destroy itself. I'm also going to test this sheave. This is from a well-known brand, and it's one of those that has bearings going through the sheave. Because I don't understand why they break. It's not marked, so I can't tell what kind of plastic it is, but what I can do is test it. Oh crap! That just exploded. It just exploded into tiny little pieces. So yeah, I'm very confident this will do the job. For the body, I used space grade CNC machined aluminum. I can't say that with a straight face. All aluminium is space grade. Saying space grade means absolutely nothing. I mean, satellites or rockets use many grades of aluminum, and some of them are super weak, designed to shear or act as a fuse. So if you use that aluminum, does it mean it's good? It doesn't. What I use is certified 5083 H111 tempered aluminum. Certified being the key here. If it's not tested and it's not certified, you don't know what you're actually getting. To test the block as I went through the iterations, I needed a test rig. So I made one in the garage. My wife loves it that we can't get the car in here anymore. Anyway, it's made out of wood, but it's pretty strong enough. On this side, I have 5-ton lifting crane. It's on a 3-to-1, so all of these chains go down here and connect to this hook. And then on the other side, we have a huge shackle, which is where I attach the rope or the block or the chain, whatever I'm testing, and I attach it from here to here, and then we can pull it and stretch it until destruction. So in this case, the line broke over here. There's still one strand. The block survived fine, and this is a 12 millimeter rope, but I can see a problem. It opened up over here. Oh, I know why. Back to the drawing board. Right now, our sailing block is stuck inside of a piece of aluminum like this. To bring it out, after updating the model in the computer, I have to create a new G code, which is this code right here, that is literally thousands of lines that tell this robot how to move in order to free our block from inside a block of aluminum. Here is the new version. I made this thicker, so now when we put a shackle in there, it's tight compared to the old version where it had a lot of play. Now it doesn't. And when you put the pin in there, it will hold it shut so it doesn't have a tendency to open. I guess you could always, if you wanted to, reinforce it with a screw on each side. But yeah, you should not be trying to hold 3 tons with a single block. Anyway, let's test it. Here's the setup. I have a 12 millimeter line and I have 2 bowlings. I know the bowling is not the perfect knot. If it was spliced, it would be better, but most of the time we use bowlings on the boats, so it's perfectly good enough. The line broke and the block is perfectly fine, running smoothly. I couldn't be happier with that. That's exactly what we want. This is my favorite sailing, it used to be my favorite sailing block. It's from a very well-known brand and it doesn't have ball bearings. It has a huge, very thick stainless steel frame going all around it, so it's super, super strong. I hate to destroy this, but we have to, for science. It's not really a fair test because these blocks are completely different in size and this one weighs much, much more. But I want to find out if my block can stand up to my previous favorite block. Let's test it. I have the block connected to the other block with a Dyneema sling. Mounted like this, it should hold more than 5 tons. That took quite a bit of force. Oh no, my previous favorite block. Ooh, this is still under tension. But yeah, we have a winner. Let me untension this and see how it is. Both blocks did extremely well. I'm super happy about the results. As you can see, this one inside, it has a huge stainless steel frame, and it is stainless steel all in here as well, and it was deforming It really deformed a lot. I don't know if you can see in here. This section was really thin. The shackle is all deformed as well. It's all bent. But what failed first was the sheave. You know, under such extreme forces, something has to fail. These shackles they break at about 3 tons. Just for context, that's the weight of a full-size Humvee. So yeah, that's that. I'm sorry, little guy, but sacrifices need to be made. What about our block? Our block, on its side, the shackle bent as well, but because it's much more supported, it didn't bend as much. There's a little bit of elongation right here where the pin bent, but nothing too major. It still works fine. The sheave still turns freely. And let's see inside if we can see some damage or something. Yeah, that part of the body looks perfect. The sheave looks perfect. It's not even ovalized. Yeah, because, you know, this material, even if it deforms, it goes back to its original state. Well, to a point, of course. Yeah, I'm super, super happy with that. I trust this block to take on any load on the boat. I also did some drop testing to test the impact load on the block, but the setup was so sketchy and the results so uneventful that I'm not gonna bore you with them. Let's just say that the only thing I managed to break was my back. Now that we know that it can handle pretty much anything, what can it do that makes it special? Well, on its own, you can use it with an 8mm shackle, or if you want, you can use soft shackles as well. These holes on the side are 6mm, so a 5mm soft shackle fits here perfectly. Because I designed it flush and with all these holes, it can be mounted as a sheave block. All you need is some bolts and you can attach it to the mast or the boom or the deck, wherever you need a sheave block. And because it's flush, it's stackable, which means if you need 2 sheaves, you can put one on top of the other, or 3, as many as you need. It can also be used as a snatch block. Let's say you have a line and you can't get to the ends, you just swivel it, put the line through it, and close it. And there you go. You have the line inside of your block. Talking about lines, it can handle up to 14mm line. This is an 8mm line. This is a 10mm line. This is a 12mm line and a 14mm line. This is a big line, but it still works fine in here. I designed it with a radius here. And also on the inside, there are smooth radiuses. This means you can mount it on a stanchion or on any pipe or tube that you need to mount a block to. Using these holes on the lower part of the block, you can put a soft shackle through it and you can connect a line to it. That allows you to create an easy 2-to-1 with 2 blocks. Here's where it starts to get interesting. Because the block is stackable, it means you can stack 1 or 2 or 3 or more, as many as you want. All you need is to take out the existing bolt, and these are regular standard sized bolts, nothing special here. You get the stack you want to make, put it together, and now if you want, for example, to use a shackle, you just put the shackle in place. Now you have a 3-way block. And if you need to hold a line down here, as you sometimes need to do, and now you have a block that will let you hold a line down here. If you want, you can also get some more bolts depending on what you're hoisting, and you can reinforce it because all of these holes line up. Basically, something like this. I still don't have a name for this block. I've been calling it the super duper sailing block, but that's no good. This is like the Swiss Army knife of blocks, so maybe Swiss Army block? I don't know. If you have a good idea for a name, put it down in the comments. Maybe you'll be the one to name this invention. We have to address the elephant in the room, which is galvanic corrosion. I am using 316 bolts, and next to aluminum, we all know, they create galvanic corrosion. I looked into using aluminum bolts, but they are super difficult to get and they are not as strong, obviously. And that would defeat the purpose. If I need to replace a bolt or find a larger bolt or whatever, and I'm in some remote place, there's no chance I'm going to find aluminum. So what I'm going to do is use a little bit of Tef gel when I mount it, or even marine grease, and that should keep the corrosion away. The thing is, these are totally serviceable. They are made for 3 parts, so any part can be replaced at any time. But aluminum tracks are bolted to the hull with stainless steel bolts. This one is 40 years old and still pretty good. So it can be okay as long as you keep an eye on it. This turned out so well that on my boat I am replacing almost all of the blocks because I like this one better. But that's not what I set out to do. The goal was to have a block that just by having a few aboard, it was kind of insurance and I could replace almost any block that eventually will fail. And yeah, mission accomplished. Now, I know most people don't have a CNC mill on the kitchen table, so I decided to make a pre-circumnavigation batch of these myself. These aren't coming out of a factory, they are coming out of my workbench. And these are the exact same block that I am trusting to take me and my family across an ocean. Every block helps us get a few miles further in our journey, and in return, you will be getting a piece of gear that, frankly, should have been invented decades ago. I've put a link in the description with all the details, and if you're the DIY type and you want to make your own, the CAD files are there for free as well. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and if you're still watching, you're a freaking hero. And to all our superheroes out there that support the channel, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Cheers, bye.
Ilhan Omar booed Trump this week, and the internet is roasting her for it.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back. Bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back. Bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Boo Trump! Fashion!
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of
It's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. They come for the water, they come for the land. Not a matter of if, but a matter of when. We are living in a world we will never see again. I'm flying across the desert with the skulls of my enemies.
At this point, America is just showing off and trying to scare the hell out of anybody who would stand against us. You got to consider that 2026 is the year that will change all of our lives for better, for worse. You know, I don't really know, man. I'm just saying that it's going to change, and everything's going to change. They've used directed energy weapons on a battlefield now. They're saying, yo, we could just, like, for 50 cents a pop, blow your munitions out of the sky. That's what you're seeing here. The first use of an iron beam. I mean, you know, I think that they've been used actually, frankly, in other scenarios, but this is the first battlefield use of laser weapons by our government or allied governments. It's wild. Why is the American War Department releasing submarine footage, periscope footage, of sinking warships with torpedoes? They're sending a message to people. This is the message. the message is, sometimes you just kind of have to flex and prove how scary you are. You have to bloody someone's nose. American submarine sunk an Iranian warship for the first time since World War II. A torpedo was used to sink a warship.
Iranian warship.
You can see it here. Here, listen.
In the Indian Ocean. And we'll play it on the screen there. An American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II.
Right.
Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win.
Okay, so they're just flexing. This is why they're releasing footage like, look at this, Periscope footage. It looks like modern warfare gameplay. It's not. It's real, and it's a message. That's what all of this is. It's like more of a it's like every war. It's a propaganda war. Every war is a propaganda war. And this is a propaganda war for American strength. I'm okay with it, right? Like, meaning I want people to be fearful of America. I want American empire. This is what the Greenland play is. This is what taking over Canada is. This is what the Mexico play is. Father, tell Hegseth to let a submarine sink a ship. Gamers will love that. They do. They do love that. Trump posting the clip. The entire operation is in order to project strength because everyone's wondering on the block whether it's China next, whether it's Russia, who can just have their way, in Ukraine, whatever. Listen, I don't you won't be finding advocating for forever war or foreign wars. I don't want it. I think there's a lane where you can, where I can be humble and accept the fact that, my initial instinct on Nicolas Maduro, my initial instinct on some of the stuff that they've done in South America has been geez, man, chill. I don't want a humanitarian crisis in Venezuela, but the black bagging of Maduro went great. Caroline Leavitt saying effectively, and this is just a month after we black bagged Maduro in the dark of night. And everything seemed okay. We lobbed a couple of heaters into the Hugo Chavez Memorial, right? Blew that up on our way out. And now blew up the head of the narco-terrorist cartel network in Mexico. Trump promised he would do this, and he's making good on his promises, and there's something to be said about that, frankly. El Mencho, remember, that was a weekend ago. 1 weekend ago, we took out El Mencho. Caroline Leavitt saying the United States provided key intelligence support in order to do that. This was a Trump U.S. military operation carried out by Mexican forces. Cartels are going to be purged. This is the Monroe Doctrine effect. The Monroe Doctrine is, of course, you should control your hemisphere. And that's what the Venezuela play is. I think it's what the Iran play is, quite frankly. I'll explain that in just a second. The Iran play is obviously to deprive and scare the literal hell out of Russia and China, to bring Russia back into the fold, to prove America is a very, very strong partner that can do anything we want, and that we're just in control. We're in control of Europe. We're in control of the world. Trump's here to project that. Marco Rubio saying the old world order is dead, and he means it. U.S. military assists Ecuador in first land operation against cartels. So here we go again. U.S. military launching, effectively, cartel wars in Ecuador. Look at this. United States and Ecuador carried out a joint military operation against designated terrorist organizations in Ecuador. The U.S. role was limited in advising Ecuadorian troops. They did not participate in the actual ground operation. A source familiar with the operation told ABC News. You can see here that there is narco-terrorism footage posted on X. U.S. Southern Command, Ecuador, and this is March 3rd. So yesterday, Ecuadorian and U.S. military forces launched an operation, designated terrorist organization in Ecuador. Operations are a powerful example of a commitment. Together, we took decisive action to confront narco-terrorists who have long inflicted terror violence in the hemisphere. So there it is. You can see here footage of a couple of military choppers being used, extractions, operations, probably somewhat similar to what the Maduro operation would have looked like. There you go, and some the hype edit set to the hype edit music. There you go. U.S. military joins forces with Ecuador to take out domestic terrorist organizations. You're not safe, no matter where you are. You're not safe. Iran, Venezuela, Mexico, now Ecuador, U.S. forces operating on multiple fronts simultaneously. It's a flex. Trump is turning the world into a GTA 6 mission map at this point. Tracking the world's major cocaine route to Europe and why it's growing, it's directly through Ecuador, as you can imagine. And so this is where the operation took place. Obviously, the president of Colombia is scared as hell, calling President Trump. And intervention in the Americas, intervention in the Middle East. Yeah, Matt Gaetz saying this is better. I agree. Feels more natural. I really like the Venezuela play. Our troops are busy right now. Together, we're taking decisive action to confront narco-terrorists. The operations are a powerful example of our commitment in Latin America. It's not holding back anymore. What is he planning next? Well, they kind of said so. The electrical system in Cuba has collapsed. National blackout. All thermoelectric plants and generators are out of the system. The dictatorship has issued no-fly zone for all airports. Cuba hit by electricity blackout. Oh boy, that's from today, by the way. Cause unknown. The cause is unknown. That's right. President Trump just seconds ago at the White House. Maybe Cuba's next.
They have no money, they have no anything right now, but they're talking with us, and maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba. We could very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba.
What about the post?
After many, many years, we've had a lot of years of dealing with Cuba. I've been hearing about Cuba since I'm a little boy, but they're in big trouble, and we could very well, something good, I think very positive for the people that were expelled or worse from Cuba that live here.
I mean, Marco Rubio, obviously, family came here from Cuba. You have, and he's the Secretary of State. You have Lindsey Graham now on Fox News saying Cuba is going to get their asses handed to him. Lindsey Graham, Cuba is next. Their days are numbered.
Maduro, the gold standard for Republicans, maybe any president, and when it comes to foreign policy. Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well, Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered. The Iranian regime, the mothership of international terrorism, is about to collapse.
Okay. Again, time will tell. Time will tell. Wisdom and its profundities are slow and are proven over the course of time. So these actions, though, seem immediate. More operations in South America, Mexico, Iran, Venezuela, Ecuador, Cuba next. We'll see. What do you think about this? Let me know in the comment section. It's your boy Benny. See ya.
The White House is live. Let me see where it's at.
On the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. And we're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And that was a tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world. And
This is live.
I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible. And if we didn't terminate the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made, the Obama nuclear deal, I call it the Obama nuclear deal, where he gave everything to Iran.
That's a long name.
Including a nuclear weapon. It was a road to a
really
nuclear
long
weapon.
Name.
Bad things would have happened 4 years
That's
ago,
like a
because they
Ricky
would
from
have had a
Trailer Park
weapon
Boys
4
name.
years ago if I didn't terminate that deal. So we're in a very strong position now, and their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that
Thanks, Obama.
seems to
Remember
want to be
that?
a leader, they end up dead.
They sure do.
It's an amazing thing that's taking place before your eyes, because for 47 years we were pushed around, and we shouldn't have been. And I think I can say, and you see it as well as I do, you see the tremendous progress that's being made. Their missiles are being wiped out rapidly. Their launchers are being wiped out. They're attacking their neighbors. They're attacking their, in some cases, allies or not so long ago allies. And, you know, it's really a nation that was out of
Shooting a missile
control,
at
and they would have
Turkey.
used it on us if we let them.
Hey,
if we
fuck 'em.
waited any longer.
Hypersonic missile on a stick at Tel Aviv and Iran. Uh-oh, here it is. Oh, wow. Look at that. It's fake. Probably some bullshit, right? Some meme.
אתם רואים את העשן שם מעל נמל חיפה? משהו בוער שם. וואי, טילי פרסוני! אלוהים! כל המפרץ פיצוץ אחד גדול!
Wow.
תסגרי את החלון מהר!
That's crazy. So clearly AI? Yeah, I guess so. Iranian Mike, today's images in Tel Aviv show the real impact of their missiles. Not even the most advanced shield could have prevented the strike of the city. We're not sure whether that's it or not. U.S. has used its new precision strike missile in a battle for the first time. The weapon system is next generation surface-to-surface ballistic missile designed to replace the aging ASIMs. Okay, what is this? This is a new missile they're using. Nope. Damn. God damn. So they just popping off. Weapon system and next generation surface ballistic missile designed to replace aging ASIMs. All right. And oh no. Allah Akbar. Iran is continuously slamming hypersonic missiles on Israel. Damn. Damn. Oh, look at this. That's big. That's real big. And the audio, let's see. When did this happen? Grok, is this real? And Grok is dead. Uh-oh. It looks like there's no images. Launches. Okay, no, that's not really it at all. It's hard to say. Is this okay? They're not even sure about this yet. Correct it for us. What does it say? I don't even know. It doesn't fucking translate. Those are hypersonic missiles. I guess so. And this is Trump is taking questions. He's not taking questions already. Like, there's no way. He just started. And chilling scenes from Israel. Yeah, they have been bombing Israel. Like, very clearly, that has been happening. Shocking video footage of the Iranian counterattack in Tel Aviv. As I predicted, Iran has now brought out their new advanced weapons. You mean to tell me that Iran had laser beams this entire time? Give me a minute. Let me see if I can find this. So this dumb bitch. We all know about her. Take a look at this. Let me pull it up. I gotta find it. This is important. So we have former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene with 5.3 million followers is retweeting a mass grave from 2021 Indonesia that is trying to create the implication that it happened in Iran. Yep. I want y'all to see this. Fucking traitor. What, former? Absolutely. And, yeah, she fell off, and that's why she quit. She just retarded. This photo is from Iran. So let's see if she corrected herself. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Imagine murdering countless innocent people in a foreign country, expecting them to be grateful you freed them from their government. Apocalyptic scenes in Tehran. We'll look at this in a few minutes, but next. So she never even corrected herself. So she posted this 4 hours ago, and then she's never corrected herself or said anything about, oh, this actually wasn't from Iran or anything else about this. The hubris, and she's even replying to people's comments as well. Isn't this amazing? Wow. That is so sad. The Telegraph posted that same picture. Well, then they're retarded too. And yeah, she doesn't give a fuck, and unless it hurts her check, I guess so. But I just want y'all to see this is the way these people think, right? Like, they have no obligation or desire to try to tell the truth, and to the extent that they get caught in a lie, they just ignore it and move away from it. And call her out, write a comment. I thought about it, I just didn't really. I probably should.
What?
This is in Tehran. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, holy fuck. Ah, fucking damn. Credibility dead? I mean, that implied that it was ever alive. Holy shit. What is that? Yeah, I'd be fucking out of there too. It's not AI. I'm not sure if it is or not. And can Iran just give up already? Yep, they probably should. And I don't know why they haven't, honestly. They're dumb as hell for not giving up. And there's this, oh, here's another one. Tehran, an apocalypse of hospitals. Oh, here we go. Bombs have struck hospitals and schools and residential buildings, some of the heaviest strikes in Tehran since the war began. Witnesses described apocalyptic scenes. Yep, that's right. Name these hospitals, name them all. I'll verify if this regime nonsense is real. So let's go ahead and figure out where they got this information. And where is it? Witnesses described. Oh, here we go. And the Iranian, well, wait a second. To continue, it said the Iranian Red Crescent. The Iranian Red Crescent. What is the Iranian Red Crescent? Let's see what this is. I don't even know. Is that like some sort of state thing or not? I'm assuming it is. Why'd you stay? Yeah, anyway, yeah, it's the Red Cross. I don't know. It's the Muslim Red Cross. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's like a state thing or anything else. And there's no fucking internet in Iran apart from regime members. Disappointed Telegraph for parroting Islamic regime propaganda. Yes, that's what they're doing. And you're seeing a lot of people doing that, putting forward these... oh, here we go. And breaking Hezbollah underground tunnel launch system missile in Iran's missile strategy. Let me guess. Here we go. Yeah. See, oh wow, now it's gonna shoot the missiles out, right? Wow, this is smart. Oh, geez, guys. And nobody ever thought of this. Is Israel fighting a war on every single front? Well, I don't know about that. I have no idea. Watch this. This is from something else. I have no idea. The Commanders versus Lions NFL game. Uh-oh. Fake audio? Is this it? Probably. I mean, there's been a lot of these that have had fake audio before, and they did do another one of these. Let me see if I can pull it up and find it. Where the hell did it go? I'll see if there's any new information about this too, because there's just been, you know, again, like as all these things are happening, it happens very, very fast. And I'm trying to go through everything, but sometimes it's hard to catch up with all of it. And that's not fake audio, it's real. It's hard to say. And yeah, AI working overtime, it's obviously fake. I mean, they did that with the Olympics too, right? And so it's hard to say whether it's real or not. And you see something like that. Whenever I look at this stuff, like kind of live, it's hard to be sure whether it's like, oh, this is some kind of like legitimate thing or not, because somebody could have just made it up or said some other bullshit, right? Underground Hezbollah weapons site. Oh, wow. And yeah, I didn't see this at all. Israeli jet downs an Iranian fighter. The fuck is this?
What is happening in the Middle East right now? Greg Palcott is in Istanbul ahead of a press briefing from the Pentagon this morning. But we start with Trey Yinks live in Tel Aviv with the latest on the ground. Trey.
Ashley, Todd, good morning. The Israelis overnight launching new airstrikes against the Iranian regime. They say there were a wave of attacks targeting the capital of Tehran, also going after some of Iran's air defense systems that still remain. And the Israeli Air Force says for the first time since the 1980s, one of their planes was in a dogfight in the air, was able to shoot down one of the Iranian fighter jets that was over the capital of Tehran.
Damn.
As all of this is unfolding, there are new questions about who will lead the country of
that's
Iran.
kind of badass.
After so many
They have
of
a
the
video
top
of it?
leadership within the Iranian regime were taken out in the early wave of U.S. and Israeli
Yeah.
strikes. One of the frontrunners, according to reports, is the son of Iran's former supreme leader, the Ayatollah
Yeah, they put this guy
Khamenei.
in charge.
His name is Mojtaba Khamenei,
Yep.
and he's known for a crackdown on protesters back in 2009 in Iran.
I don't know if they
He
showed
has
it
very
before.
close ties in the security apparatus. President
Classified
Trump was
video of the
asked
dogfight,
about
so not
possible
released?
succession
Ah,
in
makes
Iran
sense.
yesterday, saying this.
The worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person. Right? Most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead.
Yeah, it's about right. I mean, I didn't know if there's anything else about this, if they're going to show the footage, but they apparently fought some guy. What is this here? And Iran, Jesus.
Is that what the United States and Israel are going to continue
Oh, man.
to work on is to break the
Guys, this is all part of their master plan.
will of this regime and
You have to
regime
understand, like, this is
officials.
what they want. They wanted
need
this.
to get in Operation Epic
Yeah.
Fury. They need to get to the point where regime officials understand
Leaderboards,
that
I guess
this
so.
47-year reign of terror that
Yeah, this is it. And let me go back. They won too much. Yeah, they've been winning too much. And what is this here? And do you see some U.S. destroyed an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean? I saw that. So, yeah, I didn't really look at that a whole lot. Let me go back and pull it up. And Iran ship submarine. Yeah, let me show you guys this. So this is the one I saw a little bit ago, right? A submarine just attacked an Iranian ship over Sri Lanka's coast. 101 people missing, 78 injured. So this war just left the Middle East. China and Russia are also already providing Iranian satellite intelligence, of course. And, this isn't even it, right? It's something totally different. So, yes, the Iranian, what do you call it? The Iranian ship got blown up by one of our submarines. And, yeah, there you go. And CENTCOM just posted a fact check. Okay, I'll pull that up and look at it. But where is it here? Where is it? All right. I-24 reports thousands of Kurds conducting a ground invasion. I'll look at that in just a second. Fact check. More fake news about the Iranian regime. The regime claims U.S. forces are withdrawing. They sank a U.S. destroyer. IRGC claims to have taken down a U.S. fighter aircraft. The regime claims that they've killed 100 U.S. Marines. All lies. U.S. forces are expanding. U.S. forces sank 20-plus regime vessels. Over a 4-day period, U.S. forces have reduced Iranian regime drone launches by 73% and ballistic missile launches by 86%. Yeah, and that's what it seems like, right? I mean, we'll have to wait and see. And Hegseth gave a short speech earlier. Yeah, let me see if I can look at this. But yeah, they blew up this ship as well, which I think is great. And obviously, it's a good thing. I mean, they should blow up every single ship they have. That's my opinion, right? And it's pretty fucking obvious that's what you should do. But yeah, what is this here? The ship was returning from international naval exercise in India around Indian waters. Shouldn't have been on the water. If you didn't want to get hit by the submarine, you shouldn't have had your ship in there. That's it. You see the Karen, the video game? I saw somebody posted it on my Reddit, but I haven't seen it yet. And let me see if I can pull this up and I'll find it. What is this? This is earlier? Okay. What did he say? Is this the one? Okay, it's like 10 minutes. This is it? Okay.
Well, good morning. I stand before you today with one unmistakable message about Operation Epic Fury. America is winning decisively, devastatingly, and without mercy. Under the direct command of President Trump, the War Department unleashed this operation early Saturday morning, just 4 days ago.
Epic
which means
Fury.
we need to remember two things. First, we are only 4 days into this. Metrics are shifting, dust is settling, and more forces are arriving. It's very early. And as President Trump has said, we will take all the time we need to make sure that we succeed.
Well, yeah, I would hope
Second, we are only 4 days into this. And the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States
Who knew bombing them would work?
of America could lead this. Only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries.
Oof.
They are toast, and they know it.
Toast and they know it. He really does these a lot, huh?
Or at least soon enough,
Yeah.
they will know it.
How about that?
And we have only just begun to hunt,
Mm-hmm.
dismantle, demoralize, destroy, and defeat their capabilities. Just 4 days in.
That's right.
Starting last night and to be completed in a few days, in under a week, the two most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace.
Jesus. Holy shit.
I hope
God damn.
all the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means.
Okay.
It means we will fly.
Thought they already did.
All day.
I think that we shut down their ability to fly, but now he's saying that like they're gonna shut down their ability to shoot anything down, basically.
All night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing
I think
the
that's what he's
missiles and
saying.
defense industrial base of the Iranian military. Finding and fixing their leaders and their military leaders.
Yeah.
Flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC, Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we...
If they can, like, I don't know if this would be a security thing. If they can, they should try to fly a B-2 bomber over that shit. Like, just in the middle of the day. In the middle of the day, bro, just fly that right over the city. Right, there it is.
We decide it's over.
It's coming, yeah.
And Iran will be able to do nothing about it. B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones,
there it
fighters,
is. Okay.
controlling the skies, picking targets. Death and destruction. Our warfighters have
We're keeping
maximum
Iran.
authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is
I've been waiting on this. I have been like, thank God we finally have somebody who's actually trying to win rather than put out some kind of bullshit. As you should. This is insane. It's not fair. We're beating them while they're down. We're going to kill them all. That's it.
is not a fair fight.
Jesus.
We are punching them while they're down.
Oh.
Which is exactly how it should be.
True.
Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003. Minus Paul
Wait, so
Bremer.
this is twice as bad as 2003 in Iraq? Oh my God.
And the nation building. The campaign has 7 times the intensity of Israel's previous operations against Iran during the 12-day war. 7 times. And as President Trump said, more and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started.
And the thing is that every single day the explosions do get bigger. They do. Like today, like the different buildings that they blew up, they were bigger than the ones they blew up the day before.
We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today. And now, with complete...
I do think that if Trump ends up, like, winning this effectively, right, and coming out ahead with this whole, like, situation, I think that if he comes back and, like, on the way back from Iran, he just gets Cuba on the way back. As I said, I think that he could run for a 3rd term. And I know people would not want to hear that. You might say, "What? But what about the what about the amendment?" I'm telling you what I think could happen. I'm not thinking about that. I'm telling you what I think could happen.
You'll get everything back the second you finish the DLC and step back
Control of the skies.
Oh, hey, yeah, somebody a side quest that reminded me. We're also blowing people up in was it Ethiopia right now too? I'm not sure. It was so Ecuador.
We will be using 500-pound, 1,000-pound, and 2,000-pound GPS and laser-guided precision gravity bombs, of which we have a nearly unlimited stockpile. We used more exquisite standoff munitions at the start, but no longer need to.
Yeah, of course.
Our stockpiles of those, as well as Patriots, remains extremely strong. The enemy can no longer shoot the volume of missiles they once did, not even close. And the chairman will lay out some of those percentages. So our air defenses and that of our allies have plenty of runway. We can sustain this fight easily for as long as we need to. And as I said yesterday, we set the terms. Now, you may not see much of it because the IRGC shut off the internet to the entirety of the country. They blind their people on purpose.
Well, they blind the whole world because they don't want. The thing is, like, whenever a video comes out of the IRGC that just like is standing on the street, and there's like an apartment building, and some guy's flying the wrong flag, and they just start shooting an AK-47 at the apartment building. Like, that looks bad, like, you know, like on a PR level, right? Because like, oh, well, wait a minute. Oh, you're the victim? Well, then why are you shooting random apartment buildings?
It's like they kill their own on purpose.
Yeah.
Much was made of the volume of missiles Iran was able to shoot in the first few days. And sadly, as we projected, a few got through and killed 6 of our best, who will hopefully arrive home soon.
That's sad.
We will avenge them, no doubt. But I liken Iran's predicament to a football team who scripted the first 20 plays of a game. The team knew what plays to run because their first few drives were scripted.
Yeah, of course they knew what they were
But
going to do.
now that the game has started and the blitz is on, they don't know what plays to call.
I think a better analysis would be that you're in a football game and then the other football team shoots your coach, and then they shoot the quarterback, and then they drop a grenade on the bench, and then it blows up the second quarterback. And so now you've got to figure out, okay, well, who can throw a ball here? Can somebody throw a ball? Oh, he can throw. Oh, wait, fuck, he's dead now. Shit. Okay, all right. Can anybody else throw a ball? What do you mean nobody wants the ball?
Let alone how to get in the huddle and call those
That's
plays.
not football.
Iran's senior leaders are dead.
But they said it wasn't fair.
The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers, too terrified to even occupy the same room. Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive.
Bro, he just talked
That's
shit
not
on him,
great
huh?
for morale.
Oh my God.
The Iranian Air Force is no more.
Somebody says, thank you for actually supporting America. The number of right-wing platforms that have turned tail to condemn military intervention in Iran is absolutely disgusting. You know why, right? It's because a lot of them are audience captured by international audiences. And it's more important to them to maintain that audience of America haters than to maintain integrity.
Well, that's fine. We'll be working on that.
That's the real reason why.
I'm going there now. All right,
And for me, right, I mean, I have a lot of my viewers are in the Middle East. Like, I have a lot of viewers in the Middle East. And like, you know, there's all these Arab guys come and like donate a fucking 100 subs, right? So like, the thing is that it's not even I think that's a false identity. It's a false thing that you even have to go after. You have the most international audience. You guys want to see my audience? Actually, remind me. Let's not ADHD this. Remind me after this. I can show you my audience. How many people watch from each country?
Built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the...
Wait, what did he say?
The Iranian Air Force is no more. Built for 1996, destroyed in 2026.
So he's saying that they suck and they're dead. All right, well...
The Iranian Navy
Got
rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf.
Oh.
Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated. Pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani.
Oh.
Looks like POTUS got him twice.
They all share the same base model, the sonic emitter. Their behavior changes drastically based on which audio sample you have installed. You can swap these at any time by visiting Blind Diode Jefferson. The
Oh my god.
The core difference.
Bro, like, this is the Secretary of War? He just says this shit? Oh my god. Double tapped him? Yeah. It's cold-blooded. I guess so. Holy fuck. It's a roast session? Yes.
Looks like POTUS got him twice.
Man.
Their Navy not a factor. Pick your adjective. It is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean,
What
we'll
about
play
him?
it on the screen there. An American submarine
He's playing a kill cam now? That's great.
sunk an Iranian warship
Ooh.
that thought it was safe in international waters.
They thought. Apparently not. Now they're dead.
Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win.
Bro, like, okay. We're playing the game? Yeah.
Also, yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed.
Got him.
Iran tried to kill President Trump.
So Uno reverse.
And President Trump got the last laugh. Now,
who's laughing now?
This is not a mission accomplished situation. This is simply a reality check. The combination of U.S. and Israeli intelligence and combat power will control Iran, and will control it soon. Sure, Iran will still be able to shoot some missiles, and still be able to launch one-way attack drones at civilian targets.
They can fly more lawnmowers into buildings. Oh wow, this is the strategic asset of the hotel in Dubai. Why are you attacking that? Because fuck you, that's why. Why are you shooting a missile at Turkey? Because fuck you, that's why.
And their proxies will attempt to attack our embassies, bases, and soft targets.
Winning, of course.
They are terrorists, after all. And they need to target civilians.
That's what they do.
Because they can't fight toe-to-toe. But we will find them.
We'll
and
get
we
them.
will kill them. This is what the...
It's crazy that, like, I feel like anybody, I mean, there's a reason, listen, there's a reason why military recruitment is at an all-time high. There is. Like, holy shit. It's only a matter of time. Yeah,
And they
listen
need to
that one
target
again.
civilians. Because they can't fight toe-to-toe. But we will find them. And we will kill them. This is what the fake news misses.
Yeah, I guess so. Straight out of a COD campaign? Yeah, he does. He talks like he's like a he talks like he's like a lieutenant or something like that in Starship Troopers, or like this is at the beginning of like a Call of Duty mission. Yeah.
We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through, or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for...
That's exactly it. Like, I feel like there has to be accountability for that. There does. We need to go harder, get some proper Greek speeches.
Wants to report the reality. The terms of this war will
He talks like he's not qualified for the job. Really? Sure seems like they're doing a pretty good job. Honestly, and you've got to keep in mind that there's a lot of there's like a lot of politics and like social context here. I really hate to tell you guys this, right? But like what do you think that, like, you know, for example, like, what do you think that all of the guys that were in the Marines and the Army were doing while they were watching probably 300 whenever that came out? Or any of these other movies that are war movies when they came out? They were getting hyped up about this probably like crazy. I know that because I had friends in the military that told me they would watch it all the fucking time. So the idea that, you know, like, again, the idea that, like, the guys in the military aren't about this, they love this shit. Like, not every single one of them, but every single one of them that I know.
Set by us at every step. As I said Monday, the mission is laser focused. Obliterate Iran's missiles and drones and facilities that produce them, annihilate its navy and critical security infrastructure, and sever their pathway to nuclear weapons. Iran will never possess a nuclear bomb, not on our watch, not ever.
That's good.
And this is why President Trump's moral clarity on Iran today is so vital. Unlike the past, where vague red lines and endless negotiations let Iran fund terror and inch ever so slightly toward a bomb, this president sees the threat plainly and acts decisively. No more half measures.
That's exactly what it was. Is they were pussyfooting around trying to, oh, well, you guys shouldn't be doing this, and this is the wrong thing to do, and you shouldn't say this, and everything. Oh God. Yeah. What would my dad think? My dad always had the mindset of, if somebody is causing us problems, we just go over there and kill everybody, and then that's the end of the problems. I think that he was annoyed that in Vietnam they didn't do that as much, and he thought it was bad because a lot of guys got killed. He said my dad always thought that Vietnam was, it was a government ploy to kill the new crop of alpha males from coming out, because he said all the pussy boys who couldn't join the military because they had like asthma or something, or they were fat, or there was something wrong with them, that like, or like, you know, they wouldn't use a weapon or whatever, all of those guys didn't go to the military, so they didn't get killed. But all the guys that went to Vietnam, I think I have a recording of him talking about this. I don't know, right? But like, hopefully I do. But that was the idea, that it was like like basically a culling, right?
Especially when Iran is at its weakest.
So Trump, yeah.
No more letting Tehran
Oh
play
no, my dad hated the fact that Trump got out of the military. He absolutely hated it. Like my dad, I remember, like, you know, he voted for John McCain. He loved John McCain, and like basically anybody like that, he was all about it.
For time while our people pay the price. His leadership ensures that we finish what we start, and that we protect our warfighters by crushing the enemy before they can strike again.
It's good.
Our offensive operations, refined through months of relentless preparation, are unstoppable. And our defensive efforts are unprecedented. We have from the start put the protection of our troops ahead of everything else. Before we very publicly built up offensive combat power, we quietly ensured that our defensive posture and power was in place. And as we built up offensive combat power, we moved the vast majority of American troops, over 90% of Americans that were on our bases, what we say off the X.
Yeah.
Out of the range of Iranian fire.
So that's exactly what I was saying. I thought they did this, but like I wasn't 100%. Is that's the reason why all the bases got blown up? Because it would be literally cheaper to rebuild the base than to buy a missile to intercept the missile that's going to blow up the base. As stupid as that sounds, like, interceptor missiles are really expensive. So whenever you see an interceptor missile go off, the reason why is because it's protecting a very high value target.
Our defensive shield is equally formidable. The most sophisticated air and missile defense network ever fielded. Thousands of Iranian missiles and drones have been intercepted and vaporized. Tens of thousands of American and allied lives protected. We have pushed every counter-UAS system possible forward, sparing no expense or capability. And like I said, this does not mean we can stop everything. But we ensured that the maximum possible defense and maximum possible force protection was set up before we went on offense.
I would say, like, I would say it's a pretty good ratio. I mean, I think that because you never even hear about the things that get stopped before there's ever anything that happens, right? I'd say they've done a pretty good job of it so far.
In closing, as President Trump told German Chancellor Merz yesterday, Iran negotiated in bad faith, stalling, scheming, and preparing to strike. And we acted decisively to defend our people, our interests, and our allies. President Trump took bold action, putting America first, the kind of bold action that the American people elected him to execute. To our steadfast partner, Israel, your mission is being executed with unmatched skill and iron determination. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with such a capable ally is a true force multiplier.
That's true. I mean, a lot of people hate Israel. They get mad at Israel, but they've had our back with this. They have. I think that's a good thing. Somebody's mad that what is this here? I'm gonna read it. You say anything to glaze the orange turd, to be honest. So what about this are you upset about that you don't like? Yeah, I'll give you. I'll let this wrap up, and then I'll look at what your response is.
And a breath.
What are you upset about?
Air. We salute your courage and your contribution. 4 days in, we have only just begun to fight.
Man.
America fights to win. And in Operation Epic Fury, we are. May God's providence
Again, no structure to the argument, just personal attacks.
Our troops, always. And with that, I turn it over to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm here today to provide the American people and those of you in this room an update on Operation Epic Fury. First, it's with profound sadness and gratitude that I share the names of 4 of our 6 fallen heroes, all from the 103rd Sustainment Command, U.S. Army Reserves out of Des Moines, Iowa. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amore, and Sergeant Declan Cody. To the families of our fallen,
That's sad.
We grieve with you today, and we look forward to welcoming your family members home at Dover in the coming days.
Man.
Out of respect for the other families, we'll withhold the release of their names until next of kin notification is complete. And either myself or Admiral Cooper will release those names as soon as we can ensure that all of those families have been properly notified. To our Gold Star families...
Yeah, I mean, that's insane, man. And imagine if the Iranian regime had 4 more years of Kalama. Yeah, exactly. So what is this person upset about? So wait a minute, I called you, you got pulled up for crashing out. People got killed in those bases. They got killed by Iranian proxies too. I don't understand your argument. Like the Iranian proxies, they already killed Americans. They've been doing it for years. Like, you think that they weren't going to do it again? I mean, think about it for like 3 seconds. I mean, they're already launching missiles. This is the same... This is Lives Matter, American Lives Matter, that's all I'm saying. If American lives matter so much to you, then don't you think that it's important to stop that problem at its source rather than constantly deal with the symptoms of it? Like, I don't understand your reasoning. Like, do you think that there's like an option where we can just like have nothing bad happen? Like, what is this? Yeah, you think Iran is the source? Well, yeah, I do. Because they fund the people that kill the soldiers. Yeah, I think that's about right. I mean, sure. What, are you going to blame that on Israel too? Doesn't care about Americans dying? Of course. Do you think this won't actually provoke more long-term, more hatred in the long run? I think that for some of them it will, but not in terms of not in terms of Iran. I think that if you're able to get rid of their government and stop their military capabilities, then that's definitely a net positive. And also, let me make sure I understand this. So what the logic is that what we should do instead is when people kill our people, we can't kill them, because if we do, that'll make them mad, and then they'll kill more of our people. Like, I don't really understand this reasoning. I don't. I mean, I don't get this. Like, what do you think that the other outcome is? Like, and this is actually probably a good way that I could ask it, right? It's like, what do you think that another I did not say that? Okay. Well, what is another outcome that you could do that would not create or that would not create this inevitability? Because there's a lot of people that think that they're going to like armchair quarterback this and, you know, there's some sort of like third option or whatever. What do you think that we could possibly do? The 1953 coup might have something to do with all this, but we can't go, like, we don't have a time machine. Let's say we did cause this in 1953. What does that have to do with today? Is now the logic that because something happened in 1953, then they can bomb Americans indiscriminately? Well, that doesn't make sense. Obviously it doesn't. So, no, I don't think so. It's not relevant. Then those people try to assassinate our president twice? That's what they said. I mean, it's we're not really sure, but like, yeah. So, like, what do you think the solution to that is?
Talk to me.
Put Karen's in charge of Iran, it'll be destroyed from within. Yeah. Well, I'll give this person a minute or two more. Somebody said, let me go back. I'm going to pull this up. And by the way, like this, he did go fucking apeshit with this, man. Like, I love hearing him talk. Like, I feel like this is something that a lot of people have wanted to see for a long time. And I'm very happy to see this. Absolutely. Read the line. Torpedoed an Iranian warship. There's this too. Oh, there's some other thing. Iranian intelligence has sent word to the United States. It could be prepared for open talks. Wait, what? So wait, so oh, here we go. Let me see if this person has anything else to say before I finish. I don't have any other options. No. Do I think this is the right way? No. Okay. So you have no solution. You have no solution for the problem, and you're criticizing one way of solving the problem. Let me explain the reason why you have no solutions. It's because you don't have a solution that allows you to provide the moral upper hand. You have this requirement in your mind that for some reason you think that this problem can be solved diplomatically or without people getting killed. Trust me, they've tried that for 30 fucking years. It's been tried for 30 fucking years. There never will be. Yeah, exactly. All options have casualties. Sometimes choosing the option that has the least casualties is smart. And a lot of times, I get it, right? It doesn't feel good to do or say something like that, but sometimes you have to be pragmatic and you have to make decisions that are the best for everybody. And there are risks. There are always risks. Been tried for 2,000 years. How are some people so dumb? Well, it's because it's virtue signaling. That's the reason why. It's virtue signaling to say these things, and this is why it's called virtue signaling and not virtue.
Espresso right over the extract chilling ball. The idea here is that running the espresso immediately over the frozen ball will preserve some of the volatile flavor compounds.
And just to make clear for the record.
Oh, and also just to make clear for the record, I don't think that Hillary Clinton is a pedophile. Bill Clinton might be. I don't know. I'm on the edge. I think that he very likely is a pedophile. But just to be clear, I think Hillary Clinton never had any kids. Okay, just for the record. I think she ate them, but I don't think she ever did them.
Have you ever met Jeffrey Epstein?
I do not recall ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh my God! All right, so pay attention to this. Also, I'm gonna break it down. All right, listen. It's in my blood. The Jew lawyer DNA is in my blood. Every time she says I do not recall, that is a way to escape if they actually end up proving that she did. She doesn't want to get caught lying under oath. So every time she says I do not recall, just know that that is code for probably yes. I hope you never catch me. And if you do catch me, I could just say, well, I didn't lie. I said under oath I didn't recall, and you can't prove that that's a lie. So pay attention to every time she says no versus every time she says I do not recall. All right, so that's just some Jew lawyer tricks for you guys. All right, that's why you have me, your resident blue retard. All right, to help you out. Definitely subscribe.
I do not recall ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein. In preparation for this hearing, I was told that he attended an event at the White House that was put on by the White House Historical Association.
She was the Secretary of State, by the way. All right, so I don't believe this for a second.
But I have no recollection of that.
Yeah, sure. I don't believe you. Anyway, notice how she didn't say no. Oh, she looks so uncomfortable, dude. Oh my God, they're letting her stew
Only that
in it.
one time at the White House Historical Association.
That's the only time that I'm aware of that I might have possibly been in the same room with him.
Sure.
Did you have an initial
Your husband was his bestie, and you might have been in the same room with him once? All right, dude.
impression of Mr. Epstein?
I have no recollection of Mr. Epstein. I'm just told that he was in a room at a dinner that we were hosting for the White House Historical Association.
Oh, so you were at a dinner with him, but you don't recall ever meeting him. Cool. God,
What was
these
your
vampires.
understanding of what Mr. Epstein did for work?
I knew nothing about him.
She never even heard of the guy that her husband was on his private jet 26 times and probably went to his island a whole bunch of times and pool with young women. She had no idea. She never even heard of him. What do you mean? What did I think he did for a living? I had no idea. Jeffrey who? Jeffrey who? I'm not even figuring out. I've only heard of him yesterday.
He was there as an invited guest by the White House Historical Association. That's my best recollection.
I had no idea who he
And
was.
no one
He was
else
just a
informed
guy.
you of what Mr. Epstein did for work?
No, but we had hundreds and thousands of people who came to the White House. I was not informed of what people did or didn't do for work, especially someone that I never even had a conversation with.
Never even met. Now it's never had a conversation with. Okay, all right.
Do you know
Dude, she's
who
squirming.
invited Mr. Epstein to the White House?
I can only tell you what I know, which is that he apparently was a guest.
Notice how she didn't say no, right? She definitely knew who invited Mr. Epstein to the White House, but she's not saying no.
Invited by the White House Historical Association to attend a dinner to thank people who gave money to the White House Historical Association for the upkeep and maintenance of the White House. That's what I was informed of in preparation for coming here.
Sure. All right. A couple of squirmy answers, not that I recall. All right. So apparently, this is her freaking out that an image of her was leaked. Dude, look at her. Look at her. Her face looks like it's melting off.
I have another photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm
can
done
occur?
with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
What? What, that a photo of you was released? Dude, we have all the footage now. Did you not think that this footage was coming out? Dude, we have all the footage.
Oh, for heaven's
So I would like to
For
understand.
heaven's sakes, I'm storming out. Hold me in contempt. Oh, that sounds like something someone innocent would say.
And how that's permissible.
Banging the table.
It doesn't
Excuse
matter.
me.
We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So
well,
I would like to take a break at this moment.
yeah,
and I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
Go off the record.
Wow, dude. That is crazy. That is a legendary crash out. Bro, a photo of me? I said I wanted a public hearing. I'm done with this. Holy shit, she's pathetic. Oh my god. All right, it gets better. Apparently she starts screaming and yelling at Nancy Mace during this.
Ask the question. I'm going to answer your question.
Now you're gonna yell
This
at
was
me?
what I spent
You're
my
going to yell at
time
me.
doing.
I'm a
I
survivor.
spent
Dude, she actually looks like a zombie.
Trying to look out for other
well,
survivors, trying to
and
protect
I
them
was
of it.
taking care
You
of
waited
the
6
people
months
who
to
lost
get here today.
3,000
6 months,
lives
and now you're being
at World
defiant
Trade
and
Center.
indignant today.
You
Why would you accuse me of eating children if I was taking care of people after 9/11? Why would you even accuse me of such a thing? Wow! Did you know that the Dow is at $50,000 right now? The Dow is so high.
asked me
I
about
have met
Howard
with
Lutnick.
Epstein survivors. I'm a survivor myself. You have emails. You've denied that Jeffrey Epstein, that you tried to get Jeffrey Epstein to give money to you.
I did
but
not.
Howard Lutnick was
If
used
you
to
have an
get
email
money.
with me asking Jeffrey Epstein
I have
for
an
money,
email from Howard Lutnick sending it to Jeffrey Epstein and his people to
I
raise
don't-
money for
I don't
you
know about-
for an event, an intimate event for you at his
I don't know about the thing that I was doing when I was asking people to send me money. I had no recollection of any of this.
His office
Well,
is at Cantor Fitzgerald. You're
look,
going to sit
if
here
you-
today
if you would
and
let me finish.
obfuscate and say to this committee, you didn't try to get money from Jeffrey
Catfight.
Epstein when
I
there was an
didn't.
intimate event in an email.
Like, the reason why I don't buy this is because politicians ask everyone for money. Okay? And you happen to tell that there's this billionaire Democrat donor, Jeffrey Epstein, that's donated to 89% Democrats over his time. You seriously think that I am going to even believe for a half a second that Democrats weren't asking him for money? Like, Like, dude, no, they're not even accusing you of raping kids, all right? They're asking you if you begged him for money, which you probably did. Like, this is insane.
That Howard Lutnick emailed to Epstein's people and Epstein to get him to come to your intimate event at Cantor Fitzgerald, a very small event. And so I'm not going to public. You want to yell at me, that's fine, but I'll yell right back.
Well,
okay? I am looking out for
it's
survivors.
very-
I'm doing
look.
the job that you would not do and refuse to do as Secretary of State.
True, by the way. All right, this shit was going on under her nose.
Thank you, and I yield back to
No,
Congresswoman.
I'm going to finish answering the question, which I have a right to do. I am very sympathetic to your personal situation. I have read about it. I have seen you testify or speak on the floor about it. And I very much sympathize with not only what
Yeah,
you
no one
went
cares.
through, but
Anyway.
appreciate your effort to stand up for survivors. I was a senator representing the people who were murdered on 9/11. Nobody lost more people than Howard Lutnick. You can say whatever you want.
That
You
is
can
true.
call him and have him appear before the committee. But
intend
I
to.
knew him.
I'm pretty sure his brother was killed on 9/11.
I knew him as the man.
Right, one of the things, the conspiracies here is that Howard Lutnick, who was Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor and should definitely be asked these questions in front of a committee too, is that he survived on 9/11 even though he worked in the World Trade Center, and his excuse was that I don't remember, that he was dropping his kids off from school or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he survived on 9/11. And now that's part of the conspiracy theories, maybe he got advance notice, but his whole family was killed on 9/11. His brother worked in the World Trade Center and he also died on 9/11. So I don't know, I personally don't think that that theory holds a lot of water.
Man who lost the employees that he knew intimately, including his brother.
Yeah, so I don't think that makes Howard Lutnick personally, a victim here. But dude, this whole idea of I'm gonna answer your question. She slams the table. I'm taking care of people that died on 9/11. So obviously I'm not at fault here about Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that is crazy levels of cope. All right, and dude, look how scared she is here.
The question is, have you ever communicated with any of the following people relating to Jeffrey
All right,
Epstein
dude, this
or
is
Ghislaine
crazy.
Maxwell? Richard Kahn,
No.
Darren N. Dyke,
No.
Sarah Kellen,
No.
Doug Band,
Not that I recall.
Not that I recall.
Lawrence Summers,
No.
Huma Abedin,
Have I ever talked to her about this in preparation for this hearing? I have.
outside of that,
Not that I recall.
Not that I recall. Dude, it's so slimy.
Noam Chomsky,
No.
Leslie Groff,
No.
Nadia Marcinkova,
No.
John Luke Brunel,
No. I don't know most of these people. Should I tell you that I don't know who they are, or just tell you I never talked to them?
just so you never talked to him, it's fine. Alan Dershowitz,
No.
Kathy Rumler,
No.
Dude, we dodged such a bullet that she never became president of the United States.
Bill Richardson,
No.
George Mitchell,
No.
Dude, we're getting a lot of names of people that were close to Epstein, though.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew,
No.
Peter Mandelson,
No.
Oh, she's fucked.
Reed Hoffman,
Look at her looking around.
No.
Karina Shuliak,
No.
Bill Gates,
No.
I doubt that, man.
Ehud Barak,
No.
Woody Allen,
No.
Bro, we gotta investigate all these guys individually, too. I want to see some pedophiles in jail or dead. Legally dead, all right? Executed. I don't want to... No, not calling for any extrajudicial killings or anything.
Sandy Berger,
No.
Jess Staley,
No.
Paul Morris,
No.
Leon Black,
No.
Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayam,
No.
Leslie Wexner.
Dude, she's so fucked. Like, she knows she's fucked.
Jack Kessler.
No.
Mark Middleton.
No.
Harvey Weinstein.
No.
Ellie de Rothschild.
No.
Ooh, pause. Interesting.
Ariane de Rothschild.
No.
Any of the Rothschilds.
Lynn Forrester de Rothschild.
No.
Any other members of the de Rothschild family?
He literally says any of the Rothschilds.
No.
Oh, please, dude. No one's buying this. That these highly influential, powerful people, that they never interacted with you? Like, are we serious? No one's buying this, dude. This is insane. Yeah, she's cooked, man. She's actually cooked. We hear her breathing, bro. We hear you breathing. All right? You're so done. All right? They actually asked her about Pizzagate, which I think is insane. For those of you that are unaware, Pizzagate was a giant conspiracy theory where they were using pizza and different words as code in order to essentially, allegedly, rape kids. All right, like there were a lot of released emails and documents that were true, that were investigated. People in the Clinton Foundation for Crimes Against Children, where Cheese Pizza, CP, stood for child porn or child prostitution, and a lot of these other things. Now, there were a lot of people around this pizza conspiracy that ended up mysteriously dying. All right, some of suicide, some of getting shot by a random police officer in the middle of giving them a traffic ticket. All right, like a lot of people are looking into this stuff because these emails are factually true. The question just is if there is an actual plot. I did a whole deep dive on this, and Pizzagate looks like it actually has a lot of truth to it. A lot of truth to it. Like this Comet Pizza place, someone actually ended up running into the pizza place with a machine gun, all right, and shot a whole lot of bullets. Didn't end up killing anybody, thank God, no one got hit. But shot the hard drive of the computer, and they weren't able to actually recover any of the data. All right, like, are we serious? So anyway, very curious about that.
Joint campaign. Okay, sure. Fine. Okay, so we have talked about those connections. In past public statements, as in 2017 speeches and interviews, you described Pizzagate as a baseless conspiracy theory, alleging you and others ran a child sex trafficking ring from a Washington pizzeria basement. Have you reviewed any 2025-2026 Epstein files that were released that you believe reference or relate to those specific 2016 claims regarding the Podesta emails, Comet Ping Pong Pizza used as code possibly?
I'm sorry,
You're asking her about whether she's reviewed emails in the Epstein files which relate to the wacky Pizzagate.
They're still doing it. They're still trying to discredit it. It's not a wacky scandal. What a wacky scandal. Bro, it's not a wacky scandal, okay? We saw Obama order $65,000 of quote-unquote hot dogs from Chicago to be delivered. All right? Hot dogs, a part of this Pizzagate code, refer to little boys. All right? I'm not saying that Obama is a pedophile or anything. But I'm also not saying he's not a pedophile. I'm actually making a non-statement statement, all right? This is not a real statement. If I am found suspiciously to have committed suicide with 3 bullets to the back of my head, ruled a drowning, autopsy unavailable, all right? And I suddenly start voting Democrat after I'm dead, all right? You will know that some shit's going on, all right? I am not suicidal. However, for some reason, a lot of the people around the Pizzagate scandal were suicidal.
You could characterize it however you want. I just would like to know if she's familiar with any of them.
So excuse me, your question is about whether or not she has reviewed any emails in the Epstein release files about Pizzagate.
No, it's not about Pizzagate specifically. It's also using words as code regarding the, prostitution or consumption of children, like how jerky was used in really weird terms. It's like, oh, we make jerky on the island. We have been transporting jerky around. All right, what the fuck is jerky? All right, we spent $20,000 on making jerky. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Correct.
Pizzagate was totally made up.
Oh my God.
It was an outrageous allegation that ended up hurting a number of people, that caused
so many people ended up committing suicide.
A deranged young man to show up with his assault rifle and shoot up a local pizzeria.
Yeah, that deranged young man, by the way, was the child of a CIA agent, and that deranged young man that shot up the pizza shop ended up going to jail for it, was released, and then immediately got killed by a police officer in a routine traffic stop by accident. Oopsie poopsie. All right? Like, dude, and he shot up a hard drive.
I can't believe you're even referencing it. You should be.
There are connections to the
There is.
language.
Well,
I'm
the
not talking
QAnon
about-
people believe there are.
The QAnon people have been absolutely vindicated on everything. The QAnon people said that there's an elite pedophile ring of elite people raping kids. And there was. Like, you can discredit people as much as you want, Hillary, but it doesn't work anymore. All right, she tried for years to do this, and you know what? It worked. It worked. The conspiracy theorists were completely discredited by the majority of the populace. But the conspiracy theorists were proven right about everything. About COVID vaccines. I think COVID was really the eye-opener. Right? Everyone's telling you to get vaccinated with this vaccine, and there's no side effects to the vaccines. And that was just a proven lie. Like, you know, about all this shit. Like, you can't just discredit people anymore by calling them crazy conspiracy theorists.
I don't know what QAnon
Have at
people
it.
believe.
Have at it.
But you've accused certain parties, and I think even right now today, of promoting slow walking or information in ways that fuels conspiracies. In your view, did any Epstein-Maxwell related investigations or file handling pre or post 2019 contribute to or intersect with the spread of Pizzagate style theories about Democrat figures?
Objection.
I have no way of answering. That is the most
speculation.
ridiculously.
Have you or your representatives identified any Epstein
I love how she doesn't deny it. Like, just deny it. Just say, no, I don't know anything. But no, she doesn't say that.
file content that has been
Dude, she's shaking. She's shaking. I don't think she expected this.
misinterpreted online to revive those claims? And what steps, if any, have you taken to clarify?
Again, object on the ground of
I think that this is all very
Speculation.
reasonable.
Well, first of all, I don't follow the crazy conspiracy stories that are online.
You mean the ones that were proven correct? I can't believe what a crazy conspiracy. It's such a crazy conspiracy story. Pedophiles, elite pedophiles, raping children. Please, that doesn't happen, as she says in an Epstein hearing. Dude, this is actually unbelievable.
And I regret that anybody does. I find it quite sad, but also
Quite sad, very
disturbing that
Everyone's
people
crazy.
would
Oh my
believe
God,
some
I
of
can't
what
believe people would actually believe that this thing that's happening is happening.
is put forth, like Pizzagate. So I have taken no steps to review anything
Do you think
that might have
pizza-
any connection to something which I think is totally bogus.
Sure.
John Podesta, your 2016 campaign chair, appears in some Epstein file contexts. Social overlaps are mentioned.
Podesta was the one with all the leaked emails that started the whole Pizzagate conspiracy, where he was talking about buying industrial meat freezers for cheese pizza and stuff like that. And it's like, all right, dude.
Were you aware of any of the Podesta-related communications in the released files?
Can you please provide examples or the evidence that you would like us to review or the exhibits that reflect that in
I
order
can-
for
I can
her to
get-
be able to
I
do
can get
that?
some exhibits and pause this
Will
question
you speak to
in the
that when you
meantime.
provide those?
I will get those, and I will skip that question until we can.
Generally, if she's aware.
Generally, she is asking if she's aware of specific information that is in the files that you all are relying on. Please provide the witness with copies of that materials.
Doesn't know or has no recollection, she's welcome to state so.
We're also welcome to actually see the information that you're speaking
And
to.
again, the representative is asking general.
I mean,
general
really,
questions.
I mean, I expected a lot of interesting questions today, but Pizzagate was not on my list.
Yeah, we know. We know. We saw you sweating and shaking.
That's okay. We're
Dude, look at her. She's terrified. She's actually terrified. She thought that the old media was still working. She thought that the old mainstream media way of just discrediting people and firing people if they ask too many questions and just calling them crazy conspiracy theorist nutcases, she really thought that that would work. Oh my God. Dude, the Comet Ping Pong Pizza place literally has the same logo as those Boy Love Pizzagate shit. All right, I'm not exaggerating. Like, I've done a whole deep dive on the Pizzagate thing, and I urge you to, if you didn't see mine already, either go watch my video on it or someone else's video on it. But there are way too many coincidences at this point for it to just be completely bogus. All right, maybe it's over exaggerated, but it's definitely some crazy shit going on.
all sorts of things here.
You certainly are. You certainly are.
We're just trying to get the truth out to the American people.
Well, that
and
would
get some
be
clarity.
very helpful.
Are you aware of any files that were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled frazzled?
This is way outside the chairman's ruling.
This is way
within the
outside
scope?
the
Is this within the scope, Mr. Chairman?
If the chairman rules that it's not within the scope, I
Mr.
have
Chairman,
other
based on
questions.
what you said in the public hearing, is this within the scope?
They are trying to shut this down immediately. They don't want her anywhere near this Pizzagate stuff, now that obviously there is a lot of corroboration to all of it. But yeah, holy crap, they are trying very hard here.
She starts looking. We have to. Yep. She just. It's compulsive. I was trying to give her a break, honey.
Will you make a public commitment today to rule out U.S. regime change in Cuba?
Regime change?
Yes.
Oh, no, I think we would love to see the regime there change. We would like to, that doesn't mean that we're going to make it change, but we would love to see it change.
So, as a U.S. blockade puts the brakes on communist Cuba's plans to continue exploiting its own people, the writing is on the wall. Because without fuel and electricity, the despots running this island prison are calculating their chances of survival, not in years or months, but in just days and weeks, as their regime grinds to a halt, while they find themselves surrounded and isolated with zero chance of escape.
Rubbish on the streets, bikes to get around, power only by torchlight. This, the state of Cuba, desperately running out of oil supplies because it's reliant on Venezuela for fuel, and the US blocking imports of oil from there threatens to grind this island to a halt.
They cut the electricity here every day, leaving us without power for 4, 5, 6 hours.
Ordinary Cubans are struggling to adapt. Vehicle owners are limited to 20 liters of petrol, purchased through an app with long wait times.
What does taking away Venezuelan oil mean for the country of Cuba?
A total collapse. When you are short diesel, now you're talking about transport. You're talking about diesel for the tractors and agriculture.
Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel says he's ready for talks without U.S. pressure or preconditions. Mexico, China, Russia, all calling for resolution through dialogue.
Cuba is right now a failed nation. They don't even have jet fuel to get for airplanes to take off. They're clogging up their runway. We're talking to Cuba right now. They should absolutely make a deal because it's really a humanitarian threat.
So this right here tells you everything you need to know about those who want to see Cuba's regime survive. And what nobody's talking about is this regime right here. It continues to be a threat to its own people as well as the rest of the world because it's a puppet state for America's enemies like Russia, who for years have used this tiny little island off the coast of Florida as a base to threaten our entire hemisphere, something the Soviets can only do if they prop up the criminals running this island by importing fuel and supplies and everything else, which is nearly impossible as the Trump administration continues capturing these Dark Fleet tankers while simultaneously offering Venezuelan and US oil in exchange for regime change. And the fall of Cuba, which is literally days away, is going to be absolute nightmare news for Russia because with Venezuela gone and Iran out of the picture, this was the last place that gave them a foothold in our hemisphere. And it's the last piece of the sanctions evading machine these regimes all helped establish. But the good news is that with peace coming to South America in a way the world never envisioned, the gears of freedom and capitalism are in a position to once again bring people out of poverty the second the regime in Cuba disappears, which is all but assured now that their nearby lifelines, like a formerly communist Venezuela, are gone. Which brings us to the real reason this island dictatorship is steps away from collapse. It is impossible for a foreign adversary like Russia on the other side of the globe to supply this place with everything it needs and prop it up from that far away. It's just not gonna happen. And Cuba was staying afloat because of imports from Mexico and Venezuela. And since those are no longer coming in, the regime here is doomed. And once it collapses and its people are freed, not only will prosperity march through the streets of Havana for the first time in decades, but the anti-Western access of cartel-friendly criminal countries teaming up to evade U.S. sanctions and spread mayhem while being backed by China and Russia is gonna disappear. But now the question is, how bad are things in Cuba right now, and can their government avert what many say is an impending implosion?
Playing dominoes by torchlight. This is how one Cuban family passes the time during a blackout. Power cuts like this are happening more and more frequently due to the country's fuel shortage.
They cut the electricity here every day, leaving us without power for 4, 5, 6 hours.
Wow. That's crazy.
Since Donald Trump removed Venezuela's leftist leader, Nicolas Maduro, in January, the U.S. has prevented Caracas from supplying oil to Cuba and threatened to impose sanctions on any country that does.
This is incredibly tragic that average people who don't run the communist Cuban government have to go through this. But everything we're seeing on the screen here, it is not the fault of the United States whatsoever. No, instead it is the fault of an economic system that does not allow the common man to pull himself up out of poverty. This is communism 101 that is to blame for everything we're seeing here. And this is the communist playbook. What the regime here is doing is it is holding out its people as hostages in front of the entire world, subjecting them to a humanitarian crisis so that they can maintain their power. Is this a human rights nightmare? Absolutely, but it's been going on for decades. This is not a new phenomenon in Cuba whatsoever. And Cuba hasn't ground to a halt recently because of Donald Trump. No, that happened decades ago when it stopped being free, and that's why the cars are so old. This whole place shows the signs of being stuck in the past with absolutely no future the longer this regime stays in power. And to understand how these regimes use their own people as a bargaining chip, so to speak, the second oil and fuel flow back into this country, things are going to power up again. Life's going to get a little bit better for people who still have no freedom and are ultimately still oppressed, and the regime is going to stay in power. At least that's how things have worked for a long time, but as you're about to see, that can soon change.
With fuel dwindling in Cuba, the United Nations says the country is facing a potential humanitarian collapse. And today, Cuban leader Miguel Diaz-Canel says he's ready to speak with President Trump. Cuba is willing to engage in dialogue with the United States on any topic, but without pressure or preconditions, and always respecting Cuba's sovereignty and independence. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt was asked about the Cuban leader's remarks.
The fact that the Cuban government is on its last leg and its country is about to collapse, they should be wise in their statements directed towards the President of the United States. But as I just reiterated, the President is always willing to engage in diplomacy, and I believe that's something that is taking place, in fact, with the Cuban government.
So the interesting thing about the Cuban government is they say they want to have talks with the United States without any conditions or impacts on their sovereignty. They are sovereign, they are independent, but as an island communist prison nation, they have been wholly dependent on external support the entire time this regime has been in power. You see, they can't support themselves. They're collapsing. Venezuela, the same thing happened. Venezuela collapsed under the same type of government, couldn't pump its own oil out of the ground, which it's got more of than any other country on earth, and enrich itself and its own people at the exact same time. Cuba's got the exact same problem. They need external help, which is why the Soviets and now the Russians have just been so happy to help them out, and why Venezuela was helping them out. You see, you had a whole regime support apparatus going on here, which kept places like Cuba and Venezuela and Iran alive. And the idea that the Cuban government is going to come to some talk with leverage? What leverage do they have over the United States? Their oil was coming from Venezuela. A lot of their imports were coming from Mexico. Mexico has cut them off. And the Venezuelan oil imports, well, those might come back, but look at this, if they do come back, who's going to be controlling them? Oh, look at that. The United States is going to be controlling those oil imports. And when Venezuela is where you get your oil, you get Venezuelan corruption and Russian influence with that oil and that gasoline. But when the U.S. has to do it, that's not going to come with the power anymore, is it? No, this oil, you better believe this is going to come with conditions for a peaceful transfer of power, which is something nobody ever thought was ever going to be on the table.
Administration threatened to impose additional tariffs on any country that supplies oil to Cuba. President Trump addressing the crisis there earlier
Energy
this
diplomacy.
It's a failed nation now, and they're not getting any money from Venezuela.
Today, Congressman Carlos Jimenez urging airline CEOs to end flights to Cuba.
This regime is totally isolated. If there's no flights, because when the planes fly in, they can't get off the runway because there's no fuel to get them off the runway, the writing is on the wall. This is not going to last for very long. And critics of this are going to say, well, the Trump administration is just bullying poor Cuba. Cuba's a great place. They've got free healthcare. They've got better hospitals than we have in America. We hear this stuff all the time, but the reality is Cuba oppresses its people. And it was doing it with the help of countries like Venezuela and Mexico, who were propping up these dictators. And according to Amnesty International, Cuba flunks the human rights checklist here. Freedom of expression is severely limited. Authorities label activists and journalists as common criminals, mercenaries, and foreign agents. That's what you are if you're a journalist in Cuba. And you know what happens to foreign agents in Cuba? Yeah, they get locked up, and they don't have due process over there. They have a process, but it ain't due. Arbitrary arrests and detentions. They've subjected artists, intellectuals, and other critical voices to arbitrary detention, including in their homes, with serious implications for their privacy and right to freedom of movement. That's not a free society. This is a society that is collapsing, and the only reason it can't rise up is because it's an island, which is hard to escape from. It's hard for people there to get external support of any kind, and people are in trouble economically. They don't have the ability to do anything other than try to get food for tomorrow. And they're already living in a crushed economy that's stuck 50 years in the past. This place ground to a halt years ago, and now it is on its last legs.
To Dr. Orlando Gutierrez Boronat with the Assembly of the Cuban Resistance.
The oil embargo placed on the U.S., on the Castro regime, is the only way to force that regime to restore rights and freedoms to the Cuban people and to cease repression.
While Dr. Gutierrez Boronat says a conversation between the two nations may not immediately lead to change in Cuba, he believes a breakthrough is coming.
I think what can work is using international pressure, using economic pressure, using support for the Cuban people to try and drive a wedge between factions within that regime. To bring about real change. And I think it's the closest we've ever been.
So, interesting statement here. He says that without this oil, the Cuban regime cannot survive. And that means because they've had oil and because they've had external support, because they cannot support themselves, they have been allowed to survive for decades. Think about that. The world has stood idly by while this regime propped itself up, harmed its people, impoverished them, stole their future, and now there's talk that, oh, Trump is somehow not doing the right thing by going in here and effecting regime change. This is a good thing for the people of Cuba. They shouldn't be living in a place where they don't have any human rights and where they can never have a future because their government has chosen despotic communism.
Researcher at the University of Texas tells ABC News Cuba's economic collapse is imminent.
We don't see a light at the end of this tunnel.
What does taking away Venezuelan oil mean for the country of Cuba?
A total collapse. When you are short diesel, now you're talking about transport. You're talking about diesel for the tractors and agriculture. Now this really impacts the economy of the country.
Yep, sure does. And here's the other problem. There's no way for any other country to supply Cuba with the amount of oil that it needs in a cost-effective manner. Venezuela's right there. For years, these two dictatorships were just a match made in hell together, supporting each other. Venezuela was shipping its oil over to Cuba. Cuba was sending security forces over to Venezuela to help run that Maduro regime and oppress the Venezuelan people. So this was their tit for tat that kept these guys afloat. And since the oil was coming from so close, it was very cheap, it was very plentiful. But if you're going to try to truck that around the globe from a place like Iran with the help of Russian oil tankers, it's just not going to happen. And those tankers, when they come over, they're getting chased away, they're getting seized. That oil's getting redirected to the U.S. Strategic Reserve. This is not a plan that can keep this place afloat. The only way it can survive is with the Venezuelan oil that it used to have, which is now controlled by the U.S.
Crisis, the Cuban government is implementing a 4-day work week and restricting fuel sales. Ordinary Cubans are struggling to adapt. Vehicle owners are limited to 20 liters of petrol, purchased through an app with long wait times. Alexander Diaz is a taxi driver, but without fuel for his car, he's had to find work elsewhere.
I had to park the motorcycle, park the car, take a bicycle and work in construction. It had been a long time since I worked in construction.
Street vendor Luke.
Now there's going to be people that see this and say that this is all Trump's fault. But you got to ask yourself something. Why is it that this government can't support itself? Why is it 100% reliant on external forces to keep itself going? Why does it have no economy? Is that the fault of a president that just came into office 2 years ago? Or is that the fault of an economic system called communism that has brought poverty to every single country that has tried it? There has never been a communist country where the people of that country and the government experienced bountiful plenty that overflowed and allowed them to feed themselves and the rest of the world. That's not ever happened in world history, and we're seeing it right here on the streets of Cuba. These people are suffering. They're not suffering because of somebody that's been president for a year and a half. Instead, they're suffering because they don't have rights, they can't produce anything, they have no economy, they cannot do things to benefit their own lives whatsoever, and if they speak out against that, they go to prison.
That he might face supply issues soon.
Food will become scarce if the trucks that transport supplies stop coming. The town is really going to be in need.
This latest fuel shortage is aggravating an already difficult situation in the communist country. Cuba has faced a U.S. trade embargo since 1962 and has for years dealt with power cuts and shortages of fuel, medicine, and food.
So they've had shortages for decades. And it's not like nobody was allowed to do anything with Cuba. Mexico was trading with Cuba, Venezuela, a whole bunch of countries, Russia, China, you name it. It's just the U.S. wasn't doing anything with Cuba. It's not that the United States had some responsibility to keep Cuba afloat. No, if Cuba's a sovereign nation, as their leader says, and if they want to come to the negotiating table without any preconceived conditions and they want to be respected and not be dependent on anybody, well, that's impossible because they're totally dependent. They always have been. And the sad thing is that the only thing worth exporting that this communist government could come up with was to send its own corruption to Venezuela in exchange for fuel and gasoline so that the place wouldn't just be a rock floating in the ocean, so that there would actually be an economy and some sort of infrastructure there, none of which is sufficient at all to benefit the lives of these people who've been struggling.
Immigrated to the U.S. in the 1950s, settling in Miami, the beating heart of the Cuban exile community and decidedly anti-communist. The fate of Cuba is deeply personal to Rubio, who rejects the idea that the U.S. embargo was the cause of the island's economic malaise.
We would love to see the regime there change. The suffering in the rural areas of Cuba are acute and they're deep, and it's not because of the embargo, it's because they don't know how to run an economy.
Right.
Do you see Rubio's hand guiding a lot of these actions?
We have a very unpredictable president, and while Rubio may have a very coherent perspective on Cuba, we don't know how that unfolds. I think that the regime in its current form, without any outside aid.
Right. They need outside aid. And look who they're getting it from. They're not getting it from countries that have become allies of the United States at all. No. And the other thing that's very interesting about this is you have Cuba and you have Florida, which is very close, where you have a massive Cuban population. And the people in Florida who are Cuban Americans are thriving. The people in Cuba are not thriving. You've got the same people. One is succeeding wildly. The other's living in abject poverty. What does that tell you? It has nothing to do with the United States embargo. It's not the U.S.'s job to keep Cuba afloat. Cuba's been doing what it can to keep itself afloat, teaming up with America's enemies to do that while its people stay oppressed. It's the system of this country that has run it into the ground. It's on its last legs. It's been there for a long time. And the good news is, with Venezuela's dictatorship out of the picture, perhaps freedom could come to Havana too in the near future. Wouldn't that be awesome? I happen to think so. What do you think? I'll see you in the next video.
And on today's episode of Hack React, we're placing a metal ball on a dowel with a pipe. But we're marking to join the dowels together. I do not have high hopes for the accuracy of that, because it's a ball. You need a sharp point to accurately mark. I was so right. Look at that. Wow, that looks horrible. Oh no, what are you going to do to the pliers? Please don't assault the pliers. We've nailed the pliers down. More nails, because that's what we need. They're not going anywhere. The pliers are staying put. Good job, stationary pliers, forever. What a hack. This is not work. Not a hack, it's literally just how knots work. Okay, the zip tie on a zip tie. Zip tie management? Stupid. No. I don't know what's going on. Why are you doing? Cable management. No. Not with zip ties. Do something you can undo easily, because then you can actually manage the cables. Otherwise, you...
If you smack two heavy metal balls together, the energy of their collision will be focused at such a small point, enough heat can be produced to literally burn a hole through paper. Try this at home. It smells like smoke, but let's make it even hotter. First, I'll need to rust up one of these balls. A bowl of water should do the trick. 10 days later, that's a rusty meatball. We'll wrap the other ball in aluminum foil, turn down the lights, put on some ear and eye protection, and start whacking until this happens. Did you see that? That is molten slag at more than 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Now that didn't happen because I'm so strong, even though I am. It happened because the colliding balls produced the ignition temperature needed for a thermite reaction. The aluminum reduced the iron oxide, the rust on the ball, to form aluminum oxide, elemental iron, and much more heat than I put in. Now that's what I call exothermic redox.
So this is Sneeko updates to Kason celebrating. Okay, I'll watch the original clip and then I'll look at Kason's response, okay? So Kason is an Iranian streamer, and I'll keep this open. He's an Iranian streamer who made a statement about, obviously, Iran. And so Iranians around the world are celebrating. Non-Iranians who don't know shit about Iran are protesting. There it is again, and so good riddance, free Iran. And based on the comments, I'm a hypocrite for speaking on Iran. As an Iranian with a family in Iran, that a dictator tyrant leader is now dead, that killed hundreds of thousands of innocent Iranians, and that we all wanted peace and freedom, logging off. Exactly. You have absolute terrorist supporters. Free Iran, fuck the tyrant regime. This is about freedom. There it is. So this is fucking based, by the way. Absolutely fucking based. And these people are sad that their terrorist leader is dead. Well, let me go back. I'll watch this and see what's being said.
So, Phase Kason said, good riddance, free Iran.
Yes.
Respectfully, you don't understand shit about this. You are fully brainwashed if you think this is good for Iran. Dark times are coming ahead. So you support genocide? How is this not good for Iran?
This guy systematically kills 30,000 of his own people. This guy gets killed. This random Twitter account says, no, that's bad.
Like, this is so stupid. When people say, the Twitter's like, you say, hey, don't eat apples. And they're like, what, so you just want to shove a banana in your ass? It's like, that's not what I said. Do you know who that man is and what he did to Iran, what he did to innocents?
Yes.
Yeah, Kason.
What did he do?
Kason. If you don't see the bigger picture going on, obviously he's not perfect.
so true. I completely agree. He's not perfect. Absolutely.
But saying this is as stupid as, you know, like you could say that about any politician right now. Like people who get killed when they're in charge, especially in a time of war like this, right? Like, yeah, he's not a perfect leader, but what is the bigger picture going on? Why are they attacking Iran?
Because Iran's making nuclear weapons, and they told the envoy from America that they have enough uranium to make 11 nuclear weapons, and they've been funding terrorist organizations that have killed Americans all over the fucking region for the last 30 years. And they chant death to America. That would be, I mean, I think that's kind of reasonable. Okay.
Are you that stupid to think that they tried to kill Khamenei, and if he is really dead, this is true, that this is about the protesters or the innocent Iranians, you stupid idiot?
It's a benefit. It's definitely a benefit. And I think that if the Iranians were not as openly protesting and as angry at the regime as they are, I think that Trump might not have actually done this. There's a good chance he might not have done this. I think the Iranian people being angry and raiding and asking for regime change out there in the streets, like think about how bad your country has to be that you are getting bombed by a foreign power, and you have people out there in the streets celebrating, cheering, while they're watching the smoke go up from their leader being killed. Think about how bad that has to be.
This is about greater Israel and getting rid of their last threat in the Middle East. Finishing the job that they've been doing for the past 30 years. Destabilizing Libya, Yemen, Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, every surrounding nation with missiles pointed, with their targets pointing right at Israel.
Even if all of this is true, it has nothing to do with Iran's strategic risk to America. This has nothing to do with it. Whether this is in Israel's benefit or not doesn't have anything to do whether it's in America's benefit.
Iran's the last one. They're the last one. What does Trump keep repeating? And we'll watch the speech in a second. He says, Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. And then Israel has nukes. Israel has the Samson option. They have the option, Israel right now, this is part of their doctrine, where they say if anti-Semitism gets too strong, they can bomb the whole world.
Don't tell me. Do you really have a Samson option? Do you really have a Samson option fucking button on your soundboard?
What Israel's belief is. Iran is the only real threat there. And so many Iranians, like Kaysan, this idiot, believes that it's about, oh no, free Iran. Marco Rubio is saying that.
Yeah, I think that, saying that, the thing is that saying that it's in Israel's best interest isn't an argument against it.
Rubio is saying, free the people of Iran, what does Mark Rubio, this Cuban-American guy, give a fuck about Iran?
Well, because he's the Secretary of State and he has to deal with it if they cause problems. Obviously. Marco Rubio 10 years ago was talking about Iran.
Pete Hegseth faking bench pressing the Secretary of War. What does he care about the free people of Iran?
Because it takes, what do you mean? Why would the Secretary of War care about this? It's simple. Because if the country is not trying to kill the people in his military, it makes his job easier, right? If you can neutralize a foreign military that's causing you problems, then yeah, obviously that's a benefit. Yeah, duh, of course. I don't know why, that's his job. Wouldn't you want to neutralize a military that has said that they want to destroy the country? You're put in charge of the Department of War, and you're not going to try to get rid of the country that says death to the country that you're part of? I don't even understand this logic at all. Obviously that's the case.
People in America aren't free, and then now they care.
Of course they're free. People in America are absolutely free. This is the type of, slop commentary that I see constantly. People in America aren't free. If you are trying to draw any sort of a parallel between the freedom, opportunity, and possibilities of what somebody can be in their life versus an Iranian and an American, you are being so delusional, I do not even know what to say. These are people who, they get beaten for not wearing a headscarf. They can't play music in public, as far as I know. There's all kinds of crazy risks and fucking, they have a curfew. It's insane. How can you, How can you even possibly compare these two things as if there's any sort of equivalence at all? It's absolute. Like, you have them literally, they're firing guns right now at people that are just speaking out their window. They're shooting up at apartment buildings, residential apartment buildings, for people yelling anti-regime slogans. This is nothing even remotely close to America. It's not even in the same universe.
About the sovereignty of Iranian citizens? Wake up, dum-dum. Free Iran! So easy to brainwash these people.
The only argument that Sneako made in this is that it's in the best interest of Israel, which means that it's wrong. Like, that's the only actual argument that he's made in this entire video. There's no real, like, discussion beyond that. It's just Israel is bad, and because Israel is bad, then going after Iran is bad. I think that's very reductive. I don't know why that would happen. So Kaysan responded to this. He said, "Who are you to say what's best for Iran? Insulting me and calling me a stupid..." Oh, here we go. It's another one. Well, let me finish this and then we'll look at the bombs. Calling me a stupid idiot who's speaking out for his country and family who's been suffering in Iran for decades, and you make it about Israel? All Iranians wanted was peace and freedom, suffered for decades. The people of Iran are celebrating right now in Iran for a reason. What the fuck would you know about living there or what's best for Iranians? I've lost family in Iran to this tyrant regime, but you wouldn't understand, Sneako. I'm not even going to insult you or go back and forth. By the way, I'm Iranian and I chose to speak up. Yes, exactly. I am so glad to see this. These are the same people saying it to Venezuelans as well. Yes, okay. Is there another one? Let me go back. I'll double check. Kaysan talked about it on his stream. Let me take a look at this and see it. Give me 1 second. Let me check this real quick before I get into this. Are there more bombs? Yeah, oh, here it is. It's one alert. Oh, this is a pretty small one. Okay, I'll just keep watching it. Oops, wrong one.
Are worshiping a on. Let me explain to you what I've noticed about the internet and just everyone in general that have been against
that thing was
Iran, the Free Iran movement. I just want to say something to you guys. Okay? All of you who are against this movement are worshiping essentially and defending a devil. A man who not only was murdering women every single day for not covering their faces and their heads. You guys know that, right?
He's a nutball.
You guys know that, right? This man would murder and kill women who would not cover their faces and their heads.
It's wetter than wet.
Just one more time. This man would murder women who, if they left their house, had to cover their face. Had to cover their face and their heads, or they would be killed. You guys are defending.
He's not perfect,
You guys are defending this person.
He's not perfect.
And
Nobody's
you guys make
perfect.
it about America and Israel. Brother, if New Zealand went and freed Iran, we would all be praising New Zealand.
Exactly.
If Finland went and freed Iran, we would all say, God bless you, Finland. But you guys are making this about Israel and America, when all Iranians wanted was to be freed by this fucking lunatic maniac who would murder people for no reason. You guys do understand that, right? This, if you're Iranian, this has nothing to do with Israel and America. This has nothing to do, it just has everything to do with a fucking country. And became a
See, this is the difference when moral posturing and virtue signaling is oppositional to virtue. This is what happens.
Demonic
is you end up on the side of somebody who systematically kills their own people.
Government who would murder innocent people. There was 30,000 people, 20,000, 40,000, however much, who were protesting against this man, and he killed them. And
we have Jay the Bard in chat. My uncle found out that a family friend in Iran who was 66 years old, who was just taking care of his mother, was shot in the head for going out past curfew. Yeah, that's what you're defending. That's what you're trying to say, oh no, it's Israel, 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 Israel.
Do you know what he did? I couldn't even talk to my family in Iran because he shut out the fucking internet and the phone lines. You couldn't even speak. I couldn't even speak to my family.
Yep.
I couldn't even speak to my family. This man was killing people and we can't even talk. We can't even.
They want to call you brainwashed. It's like laggy.
Religion. Nothing. Brother, this is literally bigger than just religion. This is a man, a sick fucking government who destroyed an incredible country.
They did.
And you guys sit there behind your keyboards and your phones and keep believing what all these fucking people are saying about whatever the Iranians right now are celebrating. Sure, maybe 10% of them fucking worship this fucking devil.
Yeah, sure,
Majority of Iran are celebrating this fucking man's death for a reason, and you guys are making it about Israel and America. How? Yo, bro, do you guys understand what Iran? You guys didn't even live there. You don't know. I have family there. I hear stories. I've been to Iran before. You guys don't even know. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Everyone just sits there and talks about whatever the thing they talk about and push some agenda.
Jesus Christ.
They're just pushing
This
an
is
agenda,
good.
bro.
This is really good.
They're pushing an agenda.
Holy shit.
That's all it is. It's
Thank God.
propaganda. I don't even understand. I don't even understand why people do this.
I'll explain the reason why. The reason why is that there's a lot of people who have a reductive agenda that is anti-white, anti-Christian, anti-Western, and anti-capitalist. So anything that is against those forces, they support it categorically because it's like the enemy of my enemy. So even though these people might not necessarily support Iran ideologically, because if Iran is allied against a place that they don't like America or Israel, they will look past Iranians, like being killed in order to fulfill that goal. That's the reason why. That's it. Like Trump? Yeah, exactly. Like they hate Trump so much that they don't want to see Trump get a W. Even if Trump getting a W means that, a bunch of people aren't getting killed.
Missiles, the cruise missiles. I think that the U.S. and Israelis have been very effective in taking out the missile launchers and hunting down some of the mobile launchers. They still are able to get some of them off. But I think Israel has reported that that on Saturday 90 ballistic missiles were fired at it. Today just 20. So it is going down, and I'm hearing from CENTCOM officials that in fact they're seeing fewer and fewer in these waves. But again, these drones are going to causing.
I mean, they're getting increasingly limp-dicked. It's pretty obvious.
A lot of
Everybody can tell this.
They're the ones that have struck these hotels in Dubai and Bahrain and elsewhere, and they're going to be a problem for some time. All right, thank you.
I bet they will be. Absolutely. You use this use case when Russia would consider joining Iran directly. Why would they do that? They can't even take over Ukraine. Like, that's really it. I mean, I don't know what we're even talking about here. Let's see if I can find the rest of these other posts, if there's anything that's new that's happened. But, oh my God, Israel boxed us into a war with Iran. Uh-oh, here we go.
Do you think Israel, forced the U.S.'s hand here, boxed the U.S. in on this?
Look, no one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a nuclear Israel, but we certainly don't want an endless war, plain and simple. What did I say?
You need to just guy, bro, like, you gotta, like, I mean, what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Let me say that again. No one wants an endless war, but we certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure. Okay?
At what point does the lack of DHS funding become...
Okay, he said Israel instead of Iran. It's hard to say, right, guys? And let's go back. I'll pick up a few more of these here. Israel and Iran. Uh-oh, here we go. At this point, you'll be hearing nothing but propaganda spewing out of every white man's mouth, no matter who they are.
So wait a minute, let me get this straight.
America and Israel attack Iran.
And Iran bombs Saudi
And
Arabia.
Iran's answer is to just f***ing attack everybody. You know, having been in a bar fight or two in my life, I'm pretty sure the worst thing you can do during a 2-on-1 beatdown is slap everyone else.
Yeah, they spurred.
Not every part of
they spurred out.
is
They
getting
did.
punched. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, you!
Son of a bitch.
So wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
And they're mad that he's calling this shit out. Well, so this is Sneeko updates to Kason Celebration.
Iran just hit a CIA station in Saudi Arabia. And now CIA is preparing for a ground invasion and a civil war inside Iran. Lesson here is pretty simple. Don't mess with the CIA. So let's start with the attack on the CIA station. Here's more details.
An official source has confirmed that a suspected Iranian drone has hit a CIA station in Saudi Arabia's capital. Jennifer Griffin is live in Washington. Jennifer, what do we know?
Well, Jessica, we've confirmed with an official source that, in fact, it was an Iranian drone that struck the station, the CIA station in Riyadh. It was part of that U.S. Embassy compound, part of that drone strike last night that led to damage at the embassy. This is certainly a symbolic victory for the IRGC. Nobody was injured. Nobody was at the embassy at the time. The Washington Post was the first to report on the incident, and that it was, in fact, the CIA station that was targeted and hit. But what this indicates is that drones, the Iranian drones, are going to be a big problem. They can take out the missile launchers and even the missile stockpiles, but they have thousands, if not tens of thousands of these drones, and anyone can put them in the back of a truck and fire them. These are really the new suicide bombs of the next phase in the Middle East, and they're going to be a problem for some time.
Now, let's shift focus a little bit to a ground invasion, because trust me, it all comes back together to the CIA. But over the last few days, we've been getting signals from the administration that a ground invasion is not completely off the table. First, of course, we had Secretary of War or Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and he said this at yesterday's press conference. Take a listen.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had two questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. We've proven that you can achieve objectives that advance American interests without being foolish about it. Now, will we be bold about it? Are we willing to be decisive about it? Do we put months and months of planning into what kind of effects we want to achieve? Absolutely. But going forward, why in the world would we tell you, the enemy, anybody, what we will or will not do in pursuit of an objective? We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives the President of the United States has laid out, and we will do so unapologetically. Thank you.
Now, of course, this wasn't an admission that boots are coming, but it was deliberate. It was pretty clear that we wanted to keep that option open, because even the threat of ground troops gives U.S. leverage in any future negotiation with Iran. But then it gets more concrete. You see,
the Sierra Madre has many defenses, means of screening guests for illicit or dangerous items.
plans to the
Your
Senate.
arrival here, weaponless, was not my intention.
Basically say
The
that
casino, this villa, takes anything with even a trace of radioactivity, traces of unknown substances, and returns it home, the bunker. The process is automated, and the casino itself has other similar services. I was unable to find a workaround except to send others in as tools. Still, I have not left you defenseless. And the Sierra Madre security, in some respects, can help you if you are resourceful enough.
worried about putting boots on the ground, but I'm not like that. I'm different. Take a listen.
And President Trump is not ruling out sending them into Iran itself. He told the New York Post this, quote, "I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. Like every president says, there will be no boots on the ground. I don't say it. I say probably don't need them, or if they were necessary."
I try to work incredibly hard to create the best content possible for you guys. And honestly, my diet was suffering because of it. I was living on junk food and energy drinks just to keep up. That's when I discovered today's sponsor, CookUnity, and it's been a game changer. They are world's first chef-to-you meal delivery company. Every week, I'm able to choose from hundreds of different diet-friendly meals that were carefully crafted by award-winning chefs like this classic spaghetti Napoli by chef Silvia Arvello. But here's what really sold me. Their app lets me track macros and filter by my exact dietary needs: keto, gluten-free, low-carb, you name it. I can actually eat healthy without spending hours now. Definitely a very different posture than anyone else you can imagine, but it does make you think if the administration is already thinking about a ground operation. Then, later in the day, we got a
This place, search, hunt, craft what you can from what you find. The trash of the pre-war era can keep you alive. Food, knives, more. Use them. Even the villa's toxins and the residue it leaves behind can be shaped into tools and weapons. Gather it as well. Also, there is one more thing in your possession. A rifle that will keep you alive. Surely as the caller will.
Kurdish opposition groups in northern Iraq. Then they did it again this morning. You see, Iran is extremely worried about this part of the country, and they should be, because the opposition groups here have united. There used to be multiple different Kurdish factions with competing interests. You know, everyone wanted power for themselves. Everyone wanted influence. But when they saw the upheaval in Iran, they made a decision. Last month, they decided to unite against
It was a hollow rifle, a weapon I constructed when I
Now,
arrived.
this is where I want to
I
admit
have since made
something.
superior models. For now, that tool will have to do until you find other weapons. And I suggest you do. The hollow rifle's ammo is limited.
But this news
Still,
proves that
should
my best
serve
is
well
not
enough.
in a situation
I
like
fashioned
this.
it from the
Axios
holograms of the
reported
direct.
yesterday that President Trump spoke with Kurdish leader in Iraq. We don't know exactly
Yes,
what they talked about.
the inhabitants.
What we do know is
Avoid them if you can. They are difficult to kill.
that have a lot of
Whatever has created them, bullets, explosions, energy, it can make them inert for a time, then they seem to crawl back up.
that could be decisive if US is planning something interesting for the future. And then, just to build on this news, today we learned that President Trump called the Iranian Kurdish groups, and he had a call with them about a ground operation. Take a listen to more details.
The CIA working to arm Kurdish forces to stage some sort of a major ground operation going inside Iran. They want to spark an uprising. The details are incredible. What are you learning?
That's right, Erin. It's a lot to unpack, honestly. This story continues to develop at a breakneck speed and often in mind-bending ways. We spent some time this evening with a senior Iranian Kurdish politician here in Iraqi Kurdistan who basically told us that the expectation among Kurdish Iranian opposition forces is that they will be going into Western Iran as part of some kind of a ground operation. The course, or at some point during the next few days, that they will have support from the U.S. and from Israel, though he would not be drawn as to what exactly that support will look like. He also told us that President Trump himself had called the leader of the KDPI, which is one of these Iranian Kurdish opposition parties, today, and that they had what he categorized as, or characterized, I should say, as a positive conversation, though again, he did not give any details, and he said that we should be prepared for some surprises potentially tomorrow. Again, not giving details, but this is all coming at the same time as our colleagues Natasha Bertrand, Elena Treen, and Zachary Cohen are learning that the CIA has been working to arm Iranian Kurdish opposition forces with the goal of fomenting civil unrest in Iran.
Now, let me explain why this is such a big deal. But before that, just a quick request to hit the like and subscribe button down below. It really does help us out tremendously in the algorithm, and it also helps us counteract any bot activity that doesn't like our coverage. As you guys know, this is geopolitics, and a lot of countries are spending a lot of money to make sure you only hear their side. Now let's talk about this ground invasion. According to a CNN report, the CIA has been smuggling weapons into Kurdistan since the 12-day war. Not weeks, but months. And this operation has been building quietly while the world focused on airstrikes. On top of that, we already talked about that Trump is speaking to Iranian Kurdistan leaders. These are opposition groups inside Iran, and these are the groups that the IRGC has feared for years. And now they are being armed. So here's the whole plan, and this is why Trump called both leaders, Iraqi and Iranian Kurdish leaders. You see, the weapons go to Iraqi Kurds, and then they help translate these weapons across the border to Iranian Kurdish forces. Once Iranian Kurdish forces have the weapons, they can keep the Iranian security forces pinned down by fighting them. This gives opportunity to unarmed Iranians in other cities to rise up, and the regime will not have enough firepower to crush the protests like they did in January. On top of this, of course, the airstrikes are continuing, and from what I'm hearing, tonight, these airstrikes have gotten really intense. But that's a topic for a future video. Coming back to Kurdish forces though, according to ITV, this ground operation that we're talking about is not theoretical. It could begin in few days, possibly as early as tomorrow when you guys are watching this video. That may explain why IRGC has been bombing Kurdish positions so aggressively. They're probably seeing some intelligence and they know what's coming. Unfortunately, they may not be able to stop it. Now, of course, this strategy by the US is filled with risk. First of all, the two Kurdish groups, Iraqi and Iranian Kurds, they're not a big fan of each other. Of course, they don't hate each other, there's no ethnic violence, but the opposition groups, both of them want, more power from themselves. That's why they haven't been so friendly. And on top of that, Turkey is on the border with Iraq, and Turkey is not a fan of Kurds getting more power because Kurds and Turkey don't have a good relationship because they have a complicated history too. Now, as you guys can tell by my explanation of this whole situation, I'm not an expert, but big overview of the whole situation is basically that there are a lot of risks and there are a lot of partners who could get unhappy if things get out of hand. But for the IRGC and the Islamic regime, the bad news doesn't just stop there, because Kurds aren't the only threat. Let's go back to that ethnicity map that we looked at earlier. You guys see that southern eastern region of Iran? Well, that's the Balochistan, home to the Baloch people who have been fighting for independence for a very long time. They want territory from Iran and Pakistan, and that's why they have clashed with the IRGC forces. They have also clashed with Pakistani forces. Well, Iranian Baloch people now see an opportunity, and they're now waiting for foreign help. Baloch militants have just attacked police patrol stations in southern Iran, and a large number of Iranian officials have been killed or wounded. This is happening without foreign help, and the Baloch are acting on their own, taking advantage of what's going on. That means Iran is now facing insurgencies on two fronts: Kurds in the west, Baloch in the southeast. Based on the reporting we're seeing, it seems a ground operation is coming very soon. It doesn't have to involve US troops, but nonetheless, US weapons will be at play. So this is definitely something I'll be keeping an eye on, and I'll try my best to keep you guys updated. So be sure to hit the subscribe button down below. I'll see you guys in the next video.